We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Die sombren zelten meg, et zu ite saluda, antes dium niga, radzaudzan malak estrezas, durante in todo in memu, a nogi distancia, como kupugi palu, zaniman malak guafi, ikonum nasugi airi, prebatu la noci, nai banderata gaigi, pues atan fanni bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentami ti
Nogita moru purita nota Kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat Parai honra, parai gloria Abibais la sin parat Parai honra, parai gloria Abibais la sin parat Todo y tiempo y paz para kita Dan gini langit na bendition Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchay peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumari, Amines, Mundan, Ninale. Osaina, Oaniti, Ninumari, Amines, Mundan, Ninale.
Won't you come stay with me for a while? Let my morning sun be your smile. If you touch me, you know I'll be touching you. wish, you know you can make it come true. You got to listen to the voices singing inside. They are wishes we sometimes hide. Listen to the voices singing inside to you. Yes, to you. Oh, sina sumagaon ratu. Ini sa tagma aginin hagu. Ai tanum pato untungan nahu pato. Sai gini fi ai pueda un dia magohi. Pues es como que canta sa para hobu. Son es como que historia ginin baru. Lo es como que canta sa para hobu. Sa hobu. Hobu tahu. And won't you come stay with me for a while? Sina sumagaon rock me. Maybe someday we might have a child. Born into the love that you and I know. Voices singing as we canta, magkakanta para hobu. Listen to the voices, yes. Listen to the voices, yes. Listen to the voices, yes. Listen to the voices, yes.
Ooh.
Yeah. You ready? Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Guam.
Half day, everybody. Princess Meno says, good morning, Guam, from Las Vegas, Nevada.
All right. Listen to the voices unless they're telling you to do something bad. Good morning, Lolita Salas. Good afternoon.
Hey, that's my mom.
Bree. Good morning, Auntie.
Good morning, Auntie.
Good afternoon, Bree, Chris, and Jason watching from Vegas. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Love you, Mom.
We have got a shout out from the Gulf Coast right now. Half a day love coming to us all the way from Alabama.
All right. They love playing golf on the Gulf Coast. Tess Renee writes, half a day, Tautal Guahan, Ginin, Arizona.
And my brother's watching. Patrick, good morning, afternoon. Again from Las Vegas. Be safe, everybody.
Nice. We got the whole Salas family watching this morning.
Wait, are they on? They're in the Strip, right?
No, they don't live on the Strip.
Oh, but how far is the Strip from like the desert part?
This
I've never
far.
The
been
whole
to
place
Vegas.
is a desert.
You ever been to Vegas?
I've never been to.
The only
Nevada
thing I
at all.
remember about Vegas is really dry boogers. Because it's so dry.
I got
Yeah,
that.
it's super hot.
I got that in LA actually.
Yeah. And then my skin was cracked. My delicate mestizo skin was cracking in the desert heat. Good morning also, Adriana M. Gumatauta, half a day. Francis Mendiola Dawson writes, half a day from Alabama. Jen Boom. Good morning, Guam.
We have a sort of a meta good morning from Odi Duenas. Good morning from the capital of Hagatna. So we're going from the capital of the capital. Nice.
Good morning to Florencia Villagomez. She writes, Buenos todos Guinin Barragata Heights.
Burn Flores. Day, Tauta Guahan, Tauta KUAM, Chris, Bree, Jason, Nestor. Buenas. Den Banana Siduos. Have a great day. Be safe.
A family member of our show, of course, Glenn Lujan says, good morning. Oh, Glenn always giving us prayers and wishes. And Glenn, we're praying for you too.
Amen. Glendon Apathy Delphin writes, Banana Siduos, stay safe. What else we got here?
I see my auntie Rhonda Nelson Calvo's watching. Good morning, Auntie Rhonda.
Annie Bonds writes, good morning, Guam from Killeen, Texas.
And
stay safe, everyone.
And almost on cue, Glenn actually just messaged me in on Messenger. And yes, Jason, your entire family is in our prayers. Absolutely.
Right. Always.
Glenda Napati Delphin writes, half a day from Huber Heights, Ohio.
Mark Aperon writes, good morning, world. Hammer time. Hammer.
Annie Bonds, good morning, Guam from Killeen, Texas. Stay safe, everyone.
Okay,
Amen.
That's our second repeat.
Oh, sorry.
D. Blas, you're that guy who's just paying too much attention. D. Blas, good morning, Guam from Las Vegas. Masisa writes, good morning, Guam. But they wrote it like, good morning, Guam.
Nice. Okay, I actually want to send a shout out and a good morning to my sister in Anaheim, California. You know, Disneyland has not been open in, 8 months. That's the least of their worries. She actually sent me a picture because she voted yesterday. And she's lived out there for, I think, 12 years now. So Stacy and Marcus, hi, I love you guys. And she sent me a picture and she goes, here's our ballot. And she goes, basically just caption OMG. So it's got, do you want to vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, President Donald Trump and Mike Pence, and then somewhere in the bottom, it's whoever it was and Kanye West. And she goes, really?
Wait, she could take a picture of her ballot?
I'm pretty sure she wasn't supposed to. And now that you say that, I'm probably like narking on her. So
Yeah.
I'm a terrible brother.
Snitch, bro.
I just thought that was funny.
Snitches get stitches.
Roberto Fracassini writes, buongiorno, Guam. Roberto, we still got the bottle of Pacini wine. We're going to break it open at a special occasion.
Brown Sugar Tea, did we already read this? Good morning. Brown Sugar Tea from LBC, California.
LBC, Snoop Dogg in the house. D. Blas, it's 83 degrees in Vegas. Nice weather. Bonita Chamarita Tudela writes, buenas and off day, Chris and Sabrina Biba, Guam. Ginin Tudela family to all. Jen DC, buenas from Cali, Jigo, Wustag Road.
Ooh.
Brandon Sanchez, buenas and Hafanielos, Ginin C. Branson.
Branson, Cross Island
Branson?
Road, Guam's most religious thoroughfare. Cross Island.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, sorry. Just had to do a little diagram for you so you can properly appreciate it. Roy Anthony Kanata, reminder to go and vote and stay safe. Par, you too, Par.
Okay, I want to send a special shout out to a Guam celebrity because you guys know what I actually learned on social media last night.
What did you actually learn, Joe?
I was on Spotify last night and I
Wow.
was just going through some stuff. And you know how Spotify has those automatically curated.
I don't because I only listen to the Breeze 93.9. But go
Nice.
ahead.
Okay, but Spotify, because it has these algorithmic, it makes these playlists for you. It had one that said the best playlist for your bar mitzvah. Now I've never been to a bar mitzvah. I mean, I've got a few Jewish friends. I've never been to a bar mitzvah, but one of the top tracks apparently that you can play at a bar mitzvah is Pia Mia's. Is it a cover of "Do It Again" by J-Boog? Would you call that a cover, or is it just like a new?
I forget. It's like an inspiration.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a great. She has got over 323 million listens.
Wow.
Of that track.
Of all the songs to be big at a bar mitzvah, I never thought it would be that one.
But I'm proud of Pia because I remember I was one of the first people that interviewed her when she came back for Festpac when she got her big break and everything.
Yeah.
So dude, 323 million is nothing to. That's something to brag about.
We have Maria Aurora Santiago Regis who writes Maganda Umaga from Harmon. Francisco J.M. Colon Letty writes crazy to go to Guam. Well, don't come then. Stay away. Tell your friends it sucks.
Half a day to Patsy Cruz Mullins Diaz. Say good morning, Guam from Goodyear, Arizona. We have never heard from Goodyear. Hey, Patsy, is that where the blimp was actually the company was founded? Well, the blimp and the tire company.
Ellen Chargaloff writes, good morning, KUAM. Shout out to the people who practice the 3 W's. Wear your mask, wash your hands, and watch your distances. Be safe, Guam. Dorothy Chargaloff writes, half a day from Florida.
Okay, ever positive again. Glenn joins us in the comments and says, you all look fabulous, like in the 80s with your white headbands. And Chris is going for the. You look like you
Look at
did
his
well in a
face
test.
shield, got a little
Okay, yeah,
breeze.
Bree's got the product placement,
Yeah.
and Chris is like, you look like you did really, really well in like elementary school.
Let's just
test.
say my teachers loved me and I got all my stars.
Nice.
Francisco, what do we got here? Brown Sugar Tea, love you all, love you, girl. Patsy Cruz, Mullins Diaz, good morning, Guam from Goodyear, Arizona. You already read that. Nestor Lecanto, good morning, Nestor.
Hi,
Hey,
Ness.
Nestor.
Dean Liza
The man
Castro,
does not sleep.
watching from Inaran, beautiful Inaran. Good morning.
Nestor, perpetual hustle. He's always jamming.
Daryl Pareda writes, Hafaday, Guam, stay safe from Costa Mesa, California.
Hey.
Anthony Garcia writes, Hafaday, Ginin Esti Magi Giza, Ludowici, Georgia. See Mr. G, Esti, buenas, para Hamzu todos. Buenas, Mr. G.
Hey, Mr. G.
John G.F. Cristobal writes, good morning from Carmen Memorial Drive to Mooning.
Nestor said y'all look pretty in pink.
Pretty in pink.
And we are going to talk about exactly why we're wearing pink. I mean, it's not just completely
No, we just
random.
showed up. I woke up like this. I woke up hot and brown and pink and ready to be served to the people of Guam.
And I think Breeze is more of a fuchsia. I think Chris is more like, I mean, mine is maybe, this is my golf shirt, all right? And
Yeah.
You what?
my and if Nestor's saying we look good for golf, I mean, Nestor is our golfer.
This is the guy that doesn't golf.
Who
know
we got
golfing.
here? Bobby Maglonia
I didn't say I was
writes,
good, but
Bobby Maglonia half a day from Bremerton, Washington. Myra Sakairan, good morning, KUAM team.
Guam Tees, half a day listening from San Antonio.
F. Glenn Lujan, have a great day. You
Hi,
too,
Glenn.
Glenn. Kill some snakes for us. Man, I look at his Facebook. It's like he's killing a snake every 20 minutes.
no, seriously. And he's either making something that's absolutely amazing to eat,
Or killing a snake, or
Or
praying
killing
the
a
rosary.
snake, or he's-
killing a snake while praying the rosary.
yeah, and he's inspiring other people. You know, he has done so much for our community throughout the beginning of the pandemic and everything like that. He was the first person that was actually praying the rosary.
Right, virtually.
Yeah.
Flo
Good guy,
Mesa
good guy.
writes, Hafadegan in Escondido, California.
And you know what? Glenn and his family need our prayers right now. So everybody, please, when you hit your knees tonight and you send up prayers and everything, keep our friend Glenn in your
Sheila
thoughts.
Onadera is watching. Good morning, Sheila. You
Hi,
know, if any of
Sheila.
those empanadas from Onadera, they got a mango buchi buchi. I mean, curbside delivery is a thing. It's a total. That's the thing, right? Curbside delivery.
Subtlety is not your strong suit, is it, my
You know,
friend?
I'm heavy-handed, bro.
You're just very forward.
Yeah, very, very forward.
Yeah, I like that.
Roy Anthony Kanata, Glenn Lujan should work for USDA. He kills more snakes than the whole eradication team. Julie Holwitz writes, Buenas, Ginin, Kylie, Texas, Biba, Guam.
Okay, and Glenn's not using, like, he's not dropping, the Tylenol, which the federal government tried to do. Is, oh yeah, we're gonna put acetaminophen. Glenn
Right.
goes hard. He literally takes a snake by the head, if you ever see that.
Right.
And then he takes his camera out and he takes an awesome picture with good composition, nice framing, nice lighting, nice focus balance. How do you do all that stuff, Glenn?
He's very talented.
Multitask.
Yee.
Christina
Joseph says
Hokog.
talentado.
Christina Hokog writes, good morning from Miguelao. Ruth Pablo Gagnon, however you say it. Gagne. Stay safe, Guam. Yeah, stay safe, guys. 82 positives last night. 2 deaths. Really, I mean, I don't even know anymore. Whatever we're doing, we just beg you, really just begging you guys. We got to do our part. And like they say, it takes a couple weeks for things to take effect. So maybe we are doing our part and it hasn't taken effect yet, but let's just keep on, please, guys. Do the 3 W's. Watch your distance, wash your hands, and wear your mask, okay? You can even be a little extra. Wear your face shield.
And Dr. Michael yesterday was saying, wear your mask at home.
Yeah, he was telling us, remember, he caught COVID back in the first wave. And so he isolated at home with his wife. And
Who's also a pediatrician.
and he wore his mask. She wore her mask, and she didn't get the virus. So, guys, it works. So let's do it. Okay? I like it. I think I look pretty good with 50% of my face covered.
Okay, and you both have, I think, the exact same mask. Chris has the classic, Guam seal, like with all the colors. And all,
Panogi
There you-
Chamoru.
with all of the symbolism. Oh, by the way, there was a random TikTok account the other day that actually did a breakdown of the Guam flag and talked about the symbolism of the colors, and red symbolizes the blood that our people have spilled, with
Wow.
to the Spanish, and the coconut tree represents growth, but Bree, I gotta say, I am really, really feeling all those shades of gray. Not 50 Shades of Gray. That's a completely different type of mask.
Yeah, it's about
but,
3 shades of gray.
Yeah, but that is really cool. Where'd you get that?
This is from Crowns.
Yeah, it is.
Nice.
They got
That
a
is
bunch
really
of masks,
sweet.
guys. And, so many local businesses stepped up with the masks to keep us safe. It's a great idea. Glenda Napati Delphin writes, wow, Guam was listed on our local news here as a hotspot. Yeah. Claire Castro, thank God for another day. Amen. Keep it simple. Baseline, we're here. We're alive. A lot of people can't say that because they're not. James Van Glotnia writes, Safade a todos Hamza from Louisville, Kentucky.
Whoa.
Louisville.
They're
Good sports town. Good
smoking that
sports
bluegrass over there. So
Shout
good
out to
morning.
the Cardinals.
Good morning to our Facebook Live viewers on the KUM News Facebook page. Also to our listeners here on The Breeze. Buenas. Bananas azules. KUAM FM, Agotni Guam, we're 93.9 FM. As always, a big, huge show for you guys this morning. So big that we had to jump up and down on it, flatten it out just to get it through the door, which is kind of hard to do because Jason's about 20 pounds. I did most of the jumping. Big show again. Who's coming on this morning? Well, your Admiral's coming on. Admiral John Bononi, Joint Regent Mariana's coming on. He's going to talk about a bunch of stuff with us, Bree.
Yeah.
Bree's is kind of like, don't give away too much.
No, but we were
No,
hinting. We were hinting yesterday at what the line of questioning probably is going to be. You were saying, obviously, the reopening of Dodea next Monday is going to be a major topic. I was just kind of curious about the possibility of trick-or-treating on base or having something like that. So, that's, one thing I'm interested in. But, yeah. He's always really, really good at covering all the bases.
Wow, nice pun. Then we also have our Network of Nurses segment this morning. We're going to go behind bars, kind of a different take on it. We'll interview corrections nurse Donna Mateo, who is she's based out at Guam Memorial Hospital, but she's been deployed at the prison since 2016. So she's definitely got some stories to share. We'll catch up with GPD Sergeant Paul Tapau about an accident that happened late yesterday afternoon. Public Auditor BJ Cruz, they just did a big training on how to audit these CARES Act funds. So he's coming on. And then we got a really interesting story for you guys that we'll share this morning with Benny and Martha Parr. Martha known as Marty Hara. She's a Hara. And Benny is, if you saw it on Facebook, and I don't know if you did, but Benny was recently hospitalized with what they're saying is his second COVID infection. And so we're going to go in with Marty, find out how her husband caught COVID twice, what the doctors had to say about it, and what her insurance company had to say about it. So it's definitely going to be very insightful. That's happening around 7:30. Then Mary Rhodes coming on to talk about, there was a story Nestor did, Bree, about this. It's kind of like an aid card that a program they're doing in Hawaii that they're kind of trying to stand up here on Guam. So we'll find out more about that.
Right. They've come up with a plan. Guam needs our help to reopen Guam. It's a strategy to reopen our community. Right. Yeah. And so they've devised this plan. They've been working on it, and they plan to present it to the governor.
And the reaction and comments to what that Hawaii strategy plan with their Hawaii restaurant card and the possible implementation of something similar on island, people are really in favor of that. I mean, some criticism, but people are like, wow, $500 as a debit card to go to restaurants, that's a tremendous idea.
Yeah. And then 9 o'clock, we'll be doing our KUAM News Decision 2020 Congressional Candidate Forum. Of course, we send the invites out to all of the candidates, the Republican candidate Will Castro, Democrat candidate, former delegate Robert Underwood, and sitting delegate Congressman Michael St. So we'll see who shows up this morning. That's happening at 9. The show is proudly brought to you by Carrier, 647 Cool, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and the Thrive Coalition, where we remind you it takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. So come on and thrive with us. Let's do the news now. Here as we get into the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Half it, everybody. As we reported yesterday, the island recorded 2 more COVID-related fatalities. Guam's 68th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at the U.S. Naval Hospital at approximately 6:03 Tuesday evening. The patient was a 61-year-old man with underlying health conditions complicated by COVID-19. He was admitted to the Naval Hospital on October 5th and tested positive upon admission. The 69th COVID-19 related fatality occurred at the Guam Regional Medical City at approximately 5:15 in the morning yesterday. The patient was a 60-year-old woman with underlying health conditions that were complicated by COVID-19. She was admitted to GRMC yesterday and tested positive upon admission. 82 more people have tested positive for COVID out of 737 samples ran through various labs. Guam's current COVID-19 case count is now 3,968, again with 69 deaths. 1,502 people are in active isolation and 2,398 have recovered. Of the 82 new cases, 13 were identified through contact tracing. One case reported recent travel from the U.S. mainland and was identified in quarantine. The Joint Information Center also reports 62 COVID-19 patients are hospitalized at the Guam Memorial Hospital. 9 are receiving ICU level of care and 4 are on a ventilator. There are 6 COVID patients hospitalized at GRMC, with 1 in ICU. At Naval Hospital, there are 3 people hospitalized, with 2 in the intensive care unit. The Joint Information Center also reporting 2 additional officers at the Department of Youth Affairs tested positive for COVID. One of the officers called in sick and has been on leave status. The other officer was identified through contact tracing and tested positive. Both officers are in home isolation. This brings the total number of DYA officers who've tested positive to 3. Currently, no residents at DYA are exhibiting symptoms. More personnel, however, have been tested, but results are pending. Additionally, 2 GDOE workers from Ukadu High School tested positive, to include 1 employee and 1 contractual worker. Both cases were identified through contact tracing efforts. And with more news now, here is Tyler Matanani.
Hafa-day, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Guam needs to stand up a COVID clinic specifically to treat positive high-risk patients with comorbidities. The recommendation came during a roundtable discussion Tuesday night at the legislature on pre-hospital isolation and care. Here's more.
Dr. Hoa Wen says it's not good enough anymore for positive patients to be told simply to go home and monitor their symptoms, especially those with underlying conditions that are all too common here, such as hypertension or diabetes. Wen says those cases need to be seen by a doctor every day.
But they need to get to a clinic to do a daily monitoring and some teaching for this patient to be able to be face-to-face, one-on-one with a physician or NP or somebody that can tell them, educate them what to look for.
Because many don't know what to look for, and in many cases, it's only at a medical clinic that patients can get a blood test, for example, or a chest x-ray.
Sometimes people sound fine. There's no way you can listen to a COVID-19 patient lung. They all sound good. But when you take the x-ray, you say, oh my goodness, it's totally look really bad and beyond what you can hear with your ear.
He says it's a much cheaper solution in the long run than sending a patient to the hospital when the intervention comes too late. Wen further suggests that the clinic should be stood up near high-risk sites.
We can run that clinic 4 or 5 hours a day. They just walk over and get seen. There's no cost to them. And that's the way that we capture those population, because we can remember those people go to work in our community also.
Public health representatives said they've had mobile clinics in the past, though not for COVID, but there were issues with further discussion. Dr. Wen says a COVID clinic will not only save money, but more importantly, it will save lives. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Judiciary of Guam confirms 1 employee has tested positive for COVID-19. According to spokesperson Tina Blas, the judiciary received notification on October 19th, and the employee last reported to work on October 16th. KUAM initially reached out for an interview regarding the positive case. However, the request has been declined. While we wait for additional information regarding contact tracing, and mitigation efforts. Blas says over the weekend, all of the judiciary facilities were heavily cleaned and sanitized. She adds, quote, "Our facilities staff will continue throughout the week to undertake deep sanitization measures in all of our areas of operation," unquote. Blas did not provide specific details on which areas within the courts were infected, although she says given the high numbers occurring throughout the island, the judiciary has elected to take a proactive approach to stay all in perfect therapeutic treatment meetings and sessions for 14 days, and will re-examine the situation at the conclusion of this period. The judiciary will continue to provide and conduct telehealth treatment services. A proposal is in the works to provide some much-needed relief to the struggling restaurant industry. The Hotel and Restaurant Association has been working on a plan confirmed by Governor Lulian Guerrero during her press conference last week to distribute money for people to use at local dining facilities. GHRA President Mary Rhodes says she's been working with GIDA on the program and will present details to the governor during a meeting next week. They're hoping to roll out one similar to Hawaii's restaurant card program that was launched last weekend. The state began sending out $500 debit cards to employees who were displaced by the pandemic. The $75 million program is being funded through Federal CARES Act money. That's the news for now. We'll see you all tonight at 6 on Primetime.
At least one person is dead after a crash late yesterday along Route 16 in Harmon. At around 5 p.m., police and emergency responders were on the scene near the entrance of Fort Juan Munya. A dark sedan with extensive front-end damage could be seen straggling the northbound lane. The Guam Police Department's Highway Patrol Division was activated to investigate. Defense counsel Jay Arreola asking the court, is it impossible? That is the question, and a Supreme Court order prior said it's possible. Arreola referring to his client Mark Torrey Jr.'s trial that paused in August. Chief Prosecutor Basil O'Malley filed a motion for continuance to further delay it. O'Malley makes arguments based on the spike in COVID-19 cases, the island remaining in PCOR 1, and 9 jurors expressing concerns with moving forward. However, Attorney Arreola's position is to not grant the continuance. He cites federal law stating that trial can only be continued if holding it is impossible, and argues the trial already started during the pandemic following necessary protocols. In the government's second trial of the case, Torrey faces negligent homicide and aggravated assault charges for the 2015 deadly shooting of fellow police officer Albert Piolo. The court plans to issue an order by the end of the week. President Trump reminded voters in Erie, Pennsylvania, that the Keystone State's 20 electoral votes could very well be the key to victory.
President Trump reminded voters in Erie, Pennsylvania that the Keystone State's 20 electoral votes could very well be the key to victory.
You know, if we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing.
The latest CBS News Battleground tracker shows the president trailing Democratic rival Joe Biden in a state Mr. Trump very narrowly won 4 years ago.
This is an election between the Trump super recovery, which is happening right now, and a Biden depression.
The president also took aim at 60 Minutes for an interview conducted earlier in the day at the White House, threatening to release the interview before it airs.
You have to watch what we do to 60 Minutes. You'll get such a kick out of it. You're going to get a kick out of it. Leslie Stahl is not going to be happy.
While the president travels to North Carolina tonight, former Vice President Joe Biden is off the campaign trail, preparing for tomorrow night's final presidential debate in Nashville, even as he tries to get his message out to voters virtually in battleground states.
We're going to invest in rural America.
Biden did a remote interview with CBS affiliate WISC-TV in Madison, Wisconsin, discussing everything from farming to racial equity.
It starts with allowing the African-American community in Wisconsin and everywhere else to be able to generate wealth.
Tonight, Biden gets help from former President Barack Obama, who holds his first in-person campaign event on Biden's behalf in Philadelphia. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, the White House.
Finally, it is Think Pink Day. Think Pink Day began 7 years ago to commemorate the birthday of our office manager and breast cancer survivor, Christy St. Augustine. Our team is wearing pink and giving tribute to both survivors and those we have lost. We invite you and the entire community to join us by wearing pink today and posting your special tributes using the hashtag ThinkPinkGuam across all social media platforms. We've created a special design template that you can download and customize on KUAM.com. And we will have more right here on the link after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
I am the future. We are the future. The future leaders. Businesswomen. Please keep us in mind when you vote. Don't choose more of the same. John Ananich is unique and new. Focus on the mission of making our island safer
and securing our future.
I am the future. Vote for John Ananich. For Senator!
Visit us at johnananich.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
I'm John Ananich.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Hafaday, I am Vince Munoz. Over the years, I have worked with and observed Robert Underwood fight for the ideals of helping people achieve their dreams for themselves and their children as congressman, community leader, and president of the university. Since my early years in college, Robert Underwood has and continues to inspire me and my peers to think beyond and bigger than ourselves. And what's even more touching is how he continues to inspire our younger generations, including my own daughter. I am standing firmly behind Robert Underwood. We need a delegate who will represent all our interests, not just a few. We need a delegate who will be with us, talk with us, and listen to us. Someone who we can trust with our children's future. In 2020, Robert Underwood is a trustworthy voice for our future. That's why I'm ready for Robert Underwood for Congress.
I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, a little bit of a stay tuned Sean Wolfert and the boys. Obviously, the JD Crutch cover, Gwenaifa Monglo. At 6:50 to our viewers on KUAM TV. Good morning. It's Thursday. The October 22 episode of the KUAM News is The Link. My name is Chris Barnett.
And I'm Sabrina.
Thank you. I was like, hey, say your name.
Picked right up on that cue.
Right, yeah, good job. Jake, who are you? Who are you, boy?
No one cares about me.
It's 6:51. The show is proudly brought to you by a Carrier at 647 Cool IT&E Cabo Enterprises. Let's jump into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have just about every single pack that's out. Well, we're waiting on the Progressive Democrats, but we're going to start here with the Guam Association of Realtors. Bree, and they had come out with a survey of candidates and a list. I believe they came out with some endorsements. I think we have John from the GAR, John Duenas, and we'll bring him up. Let's get up John first here from the Guam Association of Realtors. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, John.
Thanks for joining us. And let's just get right into it. I guess first question I had would be realtors. Realtors are coming out with endorsements and questionnaires for candidates. What kind of prompted this, John? Is this something that you do every year, or was it something that, hey, it's COVID, let's get out here more?
We don't do it every year. We do it every election year.
Nice.
Which is in every year.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We look at the candidates, we screen the candidates, and we have a committee that makes recommendations to the RPAC trustees, and then they come out with the candidates that GAR supports.
And maybe before we get into who you guys are supporting and maybe some of the questions you would ask, but what are the needs of the Guam Association of Realtors? What do you guys need from candidates and politicians in office?
As you know, realtors are I would say, private sector businesses. Every agent is an independent agent, but we all coalesce around the organization, the Guam Association of Realtors. So if you're a realtor, you're a member of this organization. And we do have interests. Obviously, the real estate industry is an industry. And we, as members of GAR, are really interested in advancing the interests of the real estate industry. And that's why we screen candidates. A lot of our work interacts with or is dependent on the government. Right. So one equal branch of government being the legislature, we look at the candidates and we want to support those that would advance our interests.
John, did the RPAC just send out a survey, or did you guys actually have a forum in which you could hear from the candidates?
We did send out a list of questions for them to answer. We have a screening committee, the legislative committee, and the GAR leadership, or to be perfectly accurate, we have a GAR office that sends out this questionnaire to the candidates, and the questionnaires were sent out, and that was followed up by interviews, a Zoom meeting interview of the candidates that responded to the questionnaire. We only had a handful that either couldn't participate in the interviews or just declined. I see Claire. She can give you a little bit more information about our RPAC trustee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I apologize. I had some login problems earlier, but good morning. Good morning, everyone. As you can see, I'm Claire Delgado from the Guam Association of Realtors. I'm not sure how much John has mentioned, but yeah, the RPAC that we are, the Realtors Political Action Committee is a bipartisan political action committee that does support candidates that also support issues that are important to our real estate industry. So as John might have said or have said that, you know, we did send out a questionnaire, and based on the answers that were given to us, that's how we made our determination as to which candidates we support.
So, you know, John had said that you guys are supporting candidates who will advance the interests of the realtors and the real estate industry. How would you say those interests differ from the interests of, let's say, regular voters like me or Sabrina or, you know, the average Joe or Josefa Cruz out there?
Well,
go ahead, Claire. Go ahead, Claire.
Okay. Well, the questions that we asked, you know, were pretty specific with regards to what we feel are important to our industry. So it's our hope actually that those questions that we have asked are also important to the other residents of the island who are also our clients and our customers and just the regular, you know, the community of the island, the community of Guam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed you guys have endorsed 16 candidates here. Are any of these for the incumbents, for example? Did you endorse them 2 years ago? The same ones, or any of these new?
Let me answer. Not all of them were endorsed.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them were.
Did anybody lose your endorsement?
Yeah.
I think so. Claire?
Yeah. And many of it, again, they're based on the questions that we have given to them. Some, you know, we look at the voting record, we look at the performance, we looked at, again, overall, how our lawmakers and the candidate, well, actually the lawmakers who have supported us and supported real estate and the issues important to us and to our clients and to the public.
So what I advised in all the interviews, because I was I was present for all the interviews of the candidates. What I advised was that GAR keeps score. And what we do is we look at how they voted, as Claire mentioned, how they voted on issues, but we look a little bit before that. We look at what they said when they were running the previous election, and we compare what they said with what they did. Mm-hmm. And of course, we look at how they voted on real estate related issues, and also how they conducted themselves during the interview.
All right, let's go ahead and fold in, because there's here a pack, there a pack, everywhere a pack. We got a lot of packs this year. We're going to bring in Christine Boleto. Pack. I think they win the best pack name. Just Action Pack. It's a pun. Action Pack. You get it? I got it. And good morning, Christine. And then we're going to bring in from the Progressive Democrats pack. We've got Julian Jansen. Good morning, Julian. And let's just kind of start. We'll start it with you, Christine. In the work that you guys did to find out more about where these candidates stand on issues that are dear to your respective organizations. Christine, was it a learning experience, or did you kind of already know where the lay of the land was for a lot of these candidates politically?
I'm sorry, Chris. I'm having a hard time hearing you. What was the question?
Too bad, because it was like the best question ever. No.
You're starting to get louder. I think Jason's controlling the volume or something, so it's kind of like, you know.
Right.
I need a little bit louder.
So I'm saying, when you guys went out and you started, and this question is going to go to all you guys. We'll just take turns answering. When you went out and started interviewing the candidates and doing this process of finding out where they stand, was it a learning process for you guys, or did you kind of go into it already knowing where people stand on these issues? Christine, we'll start with you.
No, I think it was a learning process. Action PAC just started this year, whereas our friends at the Guam Association of Realtors have had their PAC for some time. Claire is part of our partner organizations, and we certainly took some advice and direction from them as well as the rest of our members. But we're fairly new. This was a very new process. And we didn't have a whole lot of incumbents responding. And so it was more, getting the views and standpoints from a lot of the new candidates running for the seat.
Julian?
Yes?
Same question?
I wasn't really expecting to go back and forth, but now, we're actually not a PAC. We're just a group of individuals, and we're working together. We're not taking any corporate money, and I personally don't believe that we should allow corporate money to influence politics in Guam. So I would have preferred if we would have added that to one of our questions, but we didn't. But we're just putting out the areas of deepest concern that we have at this time. A lot of them are focused on the needs of working people, having unemployment insurance when the pandemic unemployment assistance program runs out, having maintaining government jobs that otherwise could be cut because that's under discussion for some insane reason. Advocating for fair compensation for the essential workers who have been consistently out there, and ensuring that that companies that are employing people provide their workers with personal protective equipment. And then, of course, we had a longer-term issue as well, which is healthcare for all. We just believe that over time we should be working toward a system where everyone gets healthcare coverage, preferably, in my opinion, preferably not linked to the employer. And then enhancing environmental enforcement, which is unlike quite a lot of groups, although there are some environmental groups out there that have been putting forward environmental issues. We thought it's important to get people to state their position on that as well.
So, and that being said, those being your issues, when you started getting responses from candidates, was it a learning experience for you, or did you kind of know where these people stood already?
I actually was surprised in a positive sort of way about the responsiveness among the candidates that answered toward unemployment insurance. There were even 2 Republicans who gave some support to it. Ken Leon Guerrero was more favorable than Mary Torres, which is a little more like, let's look and see. But I was expecting it to be much more of an anti-unemployment insurance because it's been killed so many times before by the Guam Chamber of Commerce, from my understanding.
Let's move over to
How many people responded, Julian, to your survey? How many candidates?
Well, we were able to make contact with everybody except for Don Edquilane, which we were using the standard communication that was provided in the Guam Election Commission's website. So we contacted everybody. We got eventually we got 4 responses from the Republicans, although one of them came in like a month or like a week after our deadline, and we had already finished the report. So we couldn't really accommodate that. But otherwise, most of the Democrats replied except for Dave Duenas and Bunker Menno.
Let's go over to the guard now. Same question, John, Claire. Were you surprised by the responses? Did you guys learn anything from the answers you got?
Let me go first. Yes, there were some surprises. Obviously, the incumbents had more than telegraphed their positions by the actions they've taken over the past couple of years. So we kind of expected some of the answers that we actually got. But the candidates, the new candidates, did surprise me in their answers. And there were some that were very thoughtful. I am quite honest with you, some of the candidates' answers I thought were written by someone else, maybe a
No way.
staffer.
Come on, get out.
So, and the reason I suspect that is because when we interviewed them, it,
They sound dumb in person.
there were some apples and oranges together. So, Claire?
Yeah, it was a little of both. Like I said, we have John as the chair of our legislative committee, so we do look at how certain performances and actions throughout their term, and some of the answers that came out during the candidate forum, like John said, some were a little different, some were surprised us, so it was a little of both.
Yeah, I was, just to add, there were two candidates on the Republican side that were newbies. I believe it was Dominic Hernandez, and Vince Borja. Those were the two candidates that really offered very thoughtful responses, and I was somewhat impressed by their responses.
Bree?
Go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Well, I guess we kind of close it up here. What? How are you guys going to finish off? I mean, we've got, just under 2 weeks until Election Day. Maybe if you guys could tell us a little bit about what you guys' plans are sprinting to the finish line. Maybe is there any extra messaging that's going to come out between now and Election Day? And we'll go ahead and start with you, Christine.
Well, I think not just the political action groups, but most groups out there. I know during my time at Sanctuary, we used to always look at the listing from the Social Work Association to determine which candidates we support. So I think, there's a lot of groups out there that have done the same thing, polled candidates and, got their position on issues that are important to them. And then they send the word out either through their membership or, throughout the community. When you asked, what does that mean to you as a voter? Certainly issues that are important to you or relative to what's going on in your life is going to drive your decision as to which candidate you're going to support in this election. So our strategy at Action PAC is to, just get the word out, to continue to educate the community as to what our platform is, how we feel we're supporting workers and businesses and so forth, and, hope that people will vote and align with us.
Julian?
Oh, well, we're still looking at exactly what we'll be doing from this point forward. Obviously, we'll be trying to raise awareness of how senatorial candidates have responded to our survey. And, so there's quite a bit to be done there. But other than that, we were thinking about doing an issues guide, and we probably still will, but it's not going to have much of a chance to affect things probably at this point, because we want to give further understanding for the community about the issues that we raised.
Right. I think in this election, the dynamic's definitely different because it's like every day is Election Day leading up to actual Election Day, because people are going to vote and they're doing it with a sense of urgency that they just want to get it over with. So, I mean, I talked to people who went and voted, and then we did a candidate forum. They're like, damn, I voted already. You know what I mean? So I feel like the urgency and the timeline, it's kind of every day. Every day seems very important in terms of getting messages out to the voters. Let's go to the Association of Realtors. How do you guys plan to finish on the way to Election Day?
Claire. Let me just say a couple of things before I turn it over to Claire. The Guam Association of Realtors is 500 strong, and that's just the members. I mean, you can maybe include their families. So we think it's important that they know who we are supporting as GAR, and who are friendly to the real estate industry, and who takes positions that GAR has taken. Claire?
Yeah, well said, John. And really, most importantly, is just to get out and vote. It's especially when there are issues that are important to all of us. All of us are coming together to say these are things that we'd like to see changed, or things that are important to our island. So vote.
I'm just wanting some clarification with the surveys that were conducted. Are you primarily asking with your endorsements, your membership to vote for these candidates, or are you asking the entire community of Guam? Because there may be people out there who see these, hear about your surveys and say, like, hey, look, I can't afford to pay rent. I don't have a job. What are you going to do for me? And why should I support the candidates that you're supporting, because your interests might be different from mine?
Yeah.
Well, I think GAR is primarily distributing the the word to the membership, and of course the membership, they have families, and it goes out into the community. But personally, I personally am involved with 3 separate private businesses. I'm the Duenas and the Duenas Camacho and Associates engineering firm. We have 56 employees here at DCA. I'm also affiliated with Mescla Enterprises. My son Peter is Chef Peter. Oh. And I'm also the principal broker for Remax Diamond Realty. So the reach that I think I personally have is quite extensive.
Okay.
Well, and also to add to that, a lot of times the issues that are important to us are important to our clients and to the public. We get feedback from many folks. So, for this reason, and this is one of the reasons why we ask our candidates and our lawmakers to support issues that are important, again, not only just for our association, but really for the industry and the clients the clients and the public at large.
Right on, guys. We're gonna get you on. Maybe get you on one last sit together, because you played so nice this morning with each other. We'll do that before Election Day. So as you guys figure out what your last push is going to be, we'll bring you on a little bit closer, if that's cool to everybody. Cool?
Fair enough.
Right on.
Sounds good.
Right on.
Stay safe.
Good.
Guys,
Thank you.
what do we have this morning, Bree?
We have virtual
virtual
corned
frittata.
beef fried rice.
Oh, wow. Oh. Dude, virtual corned beef fried rice. I know what you guys are thinking.
Yeah.
COVID, social distancing. We've individually packed you guys each a couple servings of corned beef fried rice to take on your way out. Okay, it's virtual. It's no calories, organic, free range. It's vegan corned beef. Okay, for you, Julian. Right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys, take it easy. We'll see you closer to the election.
Have
okay.
a good day.
Okay, Esther.
Thanks for your time.
Bye.
Thank you.
Right
Thank
on.
you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Right. 7:14, guys. Take a little break. That was fun.
Yeah.
And we'll be right back with more of The Link. We got Sergeant Paul Tapau coming back on the show here, and also, like I said, we're gonna get a husband and wife here. As the husband, it's looking like he's fighting his second COVID infection. We asked Lillian about this yesterday. She didn't have much info on it, but I'm pretty sure she'll have way more after this interview. So that's coming up at 7:15. The Link on the Breeze 93.9.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates online. Pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hapere. I'm Carlotta Leon Guerrero, a Republican and a former senator. I've worked across the aisle from Robert Underwood when he was in Congress and when he was president of the University of Guam. Robert shares the same heart for the people of Guam and Micronesia as I do. We have collaborated on compact impact aid, and he has a deep understanding of the importance of Guam and this region to the rest of the world. He's experienced, wise, and ready to take on the challenges we face in Washington, D.C. I trust him. He is the trustworthy candidate for Congress, and that's why I'm ready for Robert Underwood.
I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
I am the future. We are the future. The future leaders. Businesswomen. Please keep us in mind when you vote. Don't choose more of the same. John Ananich is unique and new. Focus on the mission of making our island safer
and securing our
future. I am the future. Vote for John Ananich. For Senator!
Visit us at johnananich.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
I'm John Ananich, and I approve this message.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Let's go, everybody. I don't like it. 7:20. Remember hearing that one back with my grandparents way back in the day on what was called get your Google ready. It was called a cassette tape.
Not 8 tracks?
Not 8 tracks. Whoa there, Bree. Ain't that old.
Real quick inquiry.
Hold on, yeah.
Real quick inquiry.
Here we go. Left field. Now playing left field.
Okay,
everybody, Jason Solis.
We have got a professional DJ in here with like Joe Sir, but how many mixtapes did you make for girls in high school, Chris? And Bree, did you ever make any mixtapes for a guy, or did you receive many?
No.
You didn't get any mixtapes?
No to both.
Wow.
Bree's like, no. Stop. I think the biggest challenge about making a mixtape from back in the day was stopping the recording before the DJ talked.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And that's why when I became a DJ, I always made sure to give a little room. Give a little room. Let it breathe so the dude can get some play. You know what I mean?
You've always been about the people.
Thank you. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where I think is that a little bit of corned beef fried rice on your collar, Sarge?
Fasting today.
He's fasting. He's keto. All right. Sergeant Paul Tapau in the KUAM News Zoom room here on the link. Sarge, good morning.
Afide, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Oh,
the fat look, Chris.
Thanks for waking up early with us. I know that I reached out to you, around 5 when I got in. To ask you if you could provide us an update on that serious crash that occurred over here on Long Route 16. What did you
Yeah, sure. So I apologize for the late response last night. I was still getting information from our crash investigators. So the crash actually occurred around a little bit after 5 p.m. This happened on Route 16 Army Drive, right by JC Marketing. Now, the vehicle that was involved in the crash was traveling northbound in the middle lane when another vehicle had actually encroached onto the lane of travel. The operator of the black Elantra was forced to take evasive action, thus running off the roadway and collided with a concrete utility pole. So the 55-year-old male operator was transported to Guam Regional Medical City. He later had succumbed to his injuries and was pronounced deceased by the attending physicians from GRMC. The remaining 2 passengers were transported to Guam Memorial Hospital for medical treatment and care. Again, we are still, this is an ongoing investigation. There are some things that we need to look into. We activated our Highway Patrol Division after learning that the passenger had, the driver, the 55-year-old male driver, had actually succumbed to his injuries while under care at Guam Regional Medical City. So we've upgraded it from a non-fatal crash, which occurred around 5 p.m., to reclassifying it as a fatal crash shortly before 7 o'clock. So, our guys were out there well into the night. So this is an ongoing case, and we're going to continue to do follow-ups with the other 2 passengers, and of course revisiting the scene.
Do you have any update on the condition of the 2 passengers in the car?
Not at this time. The last update that we got was that they were being treated from, they're receiving medical care at GMH. So we don't know their status of their condition. So we will be doing follow-ups this morning with our traffic investigators from the Highway Patrol Division.
Can you confirm that the passengers were related to the driver, that they were a family?
I believe so. I will get more clarity today. So again, that's going to be coming out with the official media release. So we're still piecing everything together from last night. So once I get the clearer picture as a result of from the crash, I will be providing more information as the day passes.
Can you at least confirm that one of the passengers was a child?
I do know that there was a female minor that was transported to Guam Memorial Hospital. I don't know the age at this time.
Okay.
Sarge, are your guys out there on highway patrol, or just even the guys on regular patrol, are they seeing that maybe because we're locked down for so long that people aren't used to the amount of traffic we're seeing out on the road? Because it's been pretty sparse, right? But recently, in the last few weeks, I see a huge uptick in just the amount of cars on the road, and it's almost, to me, like pre-COVID traffic. And my reaction time's off because, you know, I've been, for several months, I was kind of like the only one on the road.
Yeah. Yeah, you have your fluctuation of when traffic. So we're starting to see pretty much the the morning commute, people that are able to work outside of the home. They do their morning commute shortly before 8 o'clock, and again you see the lunchtime traffic, and of course the latter part of the day at 5 o'clock. So we're seeing that as things start to slowly open. People are getting back into their norm, so to say, with the pre-COVID. But these are pretty much essential employees that are deemed, their jobs are essential, and they're permitted to go back to work. Just yesterday, we did traffic enforcement in the Ganya area, and one of the officers actually informed me that they clocked a vehicle traveling 80 miles per hour, and this was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So we're adjusting accordingly with our patrol officers and of course our highway patrol division. So we'll be coming up more with more initiatives with highway patrol as the holiday season approaches. These are part of our federal grants that needs to be that our officers from highway patrol division fulfill, such as the DUI and of course the click it or ticket campaign and distracted driving. So we work closely with Department of Public Health's Office of Highway Safety. So, the holidays are slowly approaching, or quickly approaching, I should say, and our guys are gearing up for that.
Mm-hmm. Paul, just real quickly for clarification on the other driver that you said encroached into the lane. Was he also heading northbound?
I believe so. We're still working and ascertaining the information of that vehicle. So, like I said, we're still it's still ongoing.
So no one has been arrested or cited. Or are you still looking for the other driver?
Yeah, we're still trying to ascertain information for that vehicle.
So you don't know. The driver just kind of drove off.
Was it a hit and run, basically, or
no? It couldn't have been a hit and run.
Yeah, it's a non-collision crash that caused the.
Right.
It's one of those things where. The decision that's made is a car encroached into my lane. I need to execute some sort of evasive maneuver. So, this is, it's unfortunate that the evasive action actually caused the vehicle to run off the roadway.
I got it.
But we are actively, I'm gonna meet with our crash investigators to get a full update as to where we are with this investigation.
Thank you, Sarge.
Thank you.
Absolutely. You guys take care, stay safe, mask up, and be safe out there.
All right.
God bless.
We'll see you again next week for Heroes for Halloween.
That's right. Yes, I'm working on getting some of the officers from, throughout the precinct. So really excited for that. So I'm looking forward to that. I've yet to decide to who I'm going to be, but, Thanos and
Thanos. Oh, wow.
I was thinking Guardians of the Galaxy.
Just call myself Shrek. So I'm like,
Sarge, you got to go as Drax the Destroyer, Guardians of the Galaxy.
I'm sorry.
Drax the Destroyer, Guardians of the Galaxy. Thanks, Sarge.
No, you know what? I swore we know what a big fan of the Terrible Towel, Sergeant Tapau is and everything. I swore he was gonna go as Terry Bradshaw. Wear that old school, black and yellow, number 12.
No, my hair is starting to look like Terry Bradshaw.
Well, Paul, it could be worse. You could go as Neil O'Donnell.
I could go as Baker Mayfield, so
Baker Mayfield.
All right.
I'll just wear a brown paper bag and say I'm a Browns fan.
Oh!
Sarge, can you grab a couple corned beef fried rice on your way out for Chief and the guys over at the office?
We had that yesterday, so doubling up on that is not, it's not recommended.
YOLO. Thanks.
Next week, Thursday, I'm hoping that you guys will have the real Pust-It,
There you go.
Keep starting to over. It's Pust-It,
Yeah, no, Pust-It. Yeah, we're getting it from Ellie down south. So, thank you, Sarge.
Yeah, those are the real deal. But you guys take care, stay safe. Thank you for the platform for allowing us to put our information out there.
All right.
And real quick, thank you again for having our juvenile investigators. They're a part of our Thrive campaign. You know, Project Q is a new initiative with GPD. We're really excited for this. So Sergeant Maggie and her team is, you know, they've been working really hard in allowing this to execute within the school. So as you can see, I'm wearing, you know, I have my red ribbon. We're going to be doing virtual red ribbon presentations today, and of course, the proclamation signing tomorrow. You know, this is exciting times for you know, our Red Ribbon Committee. So
yeah. Sergeant Andre dropped a bunch of red ribbons for us. It's on my desk. I thought it was tomorrow.
It's the 23rd.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's.
Well, he's early. Hey, every day is Red Ribbon Day.
Sergeant Andre and I will be in a virtual classroom today, so we're really excited. It's going to be our first time ever being virtual classroom Red Ribbon presentation. So.
Nice. Why don't you bring some virtual corned beef fried rice for your virtual students? Look, we got to get rid of this stuff, okay? Just take it.
God bless.
Thank you,
care.
Sarge. Okay, at 7:30, we'll let the sanitizing duendes go in there and spray everything down. And then we'll catch up here with Public Auditor BJ Cruz, who they had a big training yesterday on how to audit CARES Act funds. First of all, Public Auditor, thank you for thinking pink with us here, as we're all wearing our pink, too, in support of breast cancer awareness. Or are you just wearing pink because... Are you there? Unmute.
No, he's good.
He's good? Okay. Oh, there.
You unmute.
Yeah, sorry.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Good morning.
You look good in pink.
BJ? Public Auditor?
Speaker? Supreme Court Justice?
BJ, yeah, we can hear you. Use the word, speak.
Can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Let me try again. We've lost connection.
Okay. Can you hear me though? Right on. Okay. Yeah. That was fun. 7:32. We'll take a quick break, figure this out, and we're coming back with more of The Link on the Breeze.
Win the galaxy and more. Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
I am the future. We are the future. The future leaders. Businesswomen. Please keep us in mind when you vote. Don't choose more of the same. John Ananich is unique and new. Focus on the mission of making our island safer.
And securing our future.
I am the future. Vote for John Ananich. For Senator!
Visit us at johnananich.com and follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
I'm John Ananich, and I approve this message.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Day. I am Vince Munoz. Over the years, I have worked with and observed Robert Underwood fight for the ideals of helping people achieve their dreams for themselves and their children as congressman, community leader, and president of the university. Since my early years in college, Robert Underwood has and continues to inspire me and my peers to think beyond and bigger than ourselves. And what's even more touching is how he continues to inspire our younger generations, including my own daughter. I am standing firmly behind Robert Underwood. We need a delegate who will represent all our interests, not just a few. We need a delegate who will be with us, talk with us, and listen to us. Someone who we can trust with our children's future. In 2020, Robert Underwood is a trustworthy voice for our future. That's why I'm ready for Robert Underwood for Congress.
I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this message.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
Yeah,
That was the best, though.
You had to have really good thumb causes, though, to keep that lighter going. That's why back in the day, a lot of the ballads were short because they knew you had to keep that lighter up the whole time. 7:36. Good morning. Let's go back in again here with Public Auditor BJ Cruz. Good morning, BJ.
Good morning, Chris.
Thank you for wearing pink today. I don't know if you just wear pink just because, but it's Think Pink Day, so we're all wearing our pink too.
I watched the news last night. You reminded me.
There you go. So thanks. You guys had a busy day in training yesterday, right? You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, yesterday we had a panel discussion with a representative of the GAO, representative from the Office of the Inspector General from the Department of Interior, and the, I guess it's the public auditor of Colorado and her deputy. And they talked about what's happening during this period and the auditing and the difficulty of auditing the COVID money. I had requested this training from APIPA, which is an organization that we belong to, and Department of Interior through their graduate school put this training on. It was really excellent because I was able to hear from Department of Interior some really excellent ideas. They were really concerned about the fact that they had literally hundreds of billions of dollars going through their agency. And they didn't want to have to face the prescriptive action, next year when they find out that there were misuse of funds and they have to collect it. So what they decided that they were going to do was they issued flash reports, which didn't have to comply with all the GAO requirements, the yellow book or the blue book or the green book. It was just advisories out to the agencies and everybody receiving the funds. Be careful, don't do this, don't do that, be careful about this. And the reason for that was the person from GAO was mentioning that when the Congress passed the bill initially, it really had no guidance in it. And ever since about middle May, they've started to have Department of Treasury has been issuing these guidances. And the guidance has changed almost every other week. I mean, there's been new things that they've added. And so besides learning about the flash reports, I thought the excellent idea that also came out of the meeting was to advise the departments that when you make a decision to spend some money on COVID, make sure that you attach the most recent guidance and whatever you use as the basis for your expenditure to that expenditure, so that when it's audited next year, that they'll go, that's not a approved expenditure, and you can pull up and say, this guidance that was issued by Treasury in April said this was okay, or this guidance said that it didn't say that I couldn't do it, and so I did it until you guys issued this other one that said that I couldn't, but at the time that I did, it was okay. So, but everybody was concerned about the fact that, you know, there's literally billions of dollars floating around all over the place, and trying to make sure that it's properly accounted for later. And I really love this one analogy that one of the speakers brought up. It said budgeting is like looking in the out of the car through the front windshield. But budgeting is looking out the window. Auditing is what happens in the car as it's moving, and accounting is what happens in the car. Auditing is what happens looking out the rear window. And the problem that we're having now is trying to move the car, looking out the back window and the front window at the same time, and trying to figure out how to maneuver both. And so it was a really good conference. We learned a lot, and it gave me some basis upon which I can talk to the administration when we have some conferences with them over the next couple of weeks.
Do you have an idea of just overall the amount of federal funding and assistance Guam has received for COVID response? Really, all we've ever heard about is the $117 million in CARES Act funding.
Well, that's the CARES went to the governor's office itself, and that's to be spent at her discretion, but with all the guidances that have been issued. There's a huge amount of money. I think Department of Labor at one point said that they've been allotted about a little over $900 million to handle the poor funds, and the economic. Then there was the $1,200 that went to everybody, and then there was the payroll protection plan. I think at one point the report was saying we could get as much as 1.3 to 1.6 billion dollars could come to Guam by the end of the year under the March CARES Act.
Right on.
Hello.
So is there anything, any of the auditors, there been any of the spending with the CARES Act funding that you've seen in media reports that you know about that is questionable to you, or is it too early to tell?
No. What we're concerned about is we want to have internal controls. That, like the $118 million, initially there was that budget that the governor sent to the legislature and said, this is how we're planning on spending it. But they really haven't spent all that money. I think there was a report in the paper the other day that of that 118, that they probably spent a little over 40, and they have a little over 60 left still to spend. And they're constantly changing because they're getting new ideas from the guidances that are coming out, and the frequently asked questions that are coming out. And now that we're going through this possibly second wave, there's going to be a lot of expenditures during this period to try to address that. I mean, the amount of money that they're going to have to spend for like the COVID hotels, for all the isolation facilities that they're having to get together. If to stand up. If they continue to go out and they find hundreds and hundreds and hundreds more that can't be quarantined or isolated at home, then they're going to have to, get up another hotel to put them in so they can monitor them and keep them separated so they don't spread it to others. But more importantly, I think when they're in the isolation hotels, that the good thing there is that they get monitored fairly frequently so that we don't have what's happened over the last week where people are arriving at the hospital and the very same day they're passing away because they've gotten to the hospital too late. So they're going to have to be doing a lot of new things and maybe even expanding this rapid engagement team that's going out to try to figure out how to tamp down this spread, because it really is frightening.
Yeah.
The numbers, and I really don't think that they have control of it. They're going to have to spend a lot more money on that, which means there's probably going to be need for more PPE, and the hospitals are going to have to try to get it together to try to figure out what they're doing about what other equipment they need, whether or not they need more ventilators, because now we're seeing that there's people at GRMC that are in isolation, in ICU, and even at the Naval Hospital. So I'm not sure if all the ventilator machines went to GMH, and they need to get some of these out there to some of the others to assist in taking care of these patients as the numbers go up. But we really have to figure out some way to stop this.
BJ, we're talking about millions upon millions of dollars. As you guys prepare to commence this audit, do you really have the amount of staff, the manpower to do this?
No, I don't. But the other thing that I learned yesterday from the Colorado office, and even the Office of the Inspector General in Washington, D.C., was that both of their offices, the Colorado office, if I remember correctly, when she was here and she spoke at the conference a couple of years ago, she said she had a staff of like 125. I have a staff of 10. She has a staff for 125, but she was mentioning that she's contracting out to some audit firms certain things that they can't logistically do in their offices while they're doing it. And the Office of the Inspector General, the representative from there that we spoke yesterday, made mention also of the fact that they're contracting some of their stuff out to other offices, and they have a huge operation at DOI. So one of the things that I'm going to be discussing with my staff is the possibility that we may need to do some contracting with some of the auditing firms outside to assist in looking at some of the big programs, because we don't have the capability to be able to do the audit of Department of Labor. That 900 million is going to have a huge data analytics program to go into their system and do the random checking of everything. We don't have that at our office. I've been hoping to get it, but we haven't purchased it yet. I know that a couple of the auditing firms outside do have the program to do the in-depth data analytics, to do the deep dive into the spending. So we may need to contract some of that out when we get to it. But right now we're just trying to figure out how we're supposed to spend the money. I mean, yesterday morning, before we started the conference, I opened up my email and there was another guidance from the Department of Treasury, 15 pages of frequently asked questions and how you're supposed to deal with it. But those keep coming out every 2 or 3 weeks.
Right. Yeah.
And it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, BJ, definitely sounds like you got your work cut out for you, and we'll catch up with you as this process gets further along. Hey, but you know, we've had Ray Topasny on last couple of times, and man, he's been talking about you, saying some things.
Thank you.
No mas. And that's BJ Cruz holding his tongue. Rare sight. Take a picture, everyone. Public Auditor, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for your time.
And we have virtual corned beef fried rice. I don't know what kind of diet you're on there, but it's virtual. It's vegan. It's low to no calories. Individually wrapped and sanitized to go. So grab some on your way out.
On keto, I finally fit back into my shirt. I tried this on in February. And
well, I can't say the same. I had to find my pink shirt. I had to go into closet B to get my pink shirt. And I was like, whoa, what happened? I thought I had lost some inches.
You look good, Speaker.
Thank you.
All right. Stay safe.
Okay.
We'll try.
We'll see you. Wash your hands. 7:50. We'll take a really quick break, and we're coming back with husband and wife, Marty and Benny Parr, here to share their story as Benny is currently COVID positive and not looking too good in our KUAM News Zoom room. No offense, Benny, but he does have the virus, and they're saying that this is the second time he caught it. So you're not going to want to miss this interview next, right here on the link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hafide, I'm Carlotta Leon Guerrero, a Republican and a former senator. I've worked across the aisle from Robert Underwood when he was in Congress and when he was president of the University of Guam. Robert shares the same heart for the people of Guam and Micronesia as I do. We have collaborated on Compact Impact Aid, and he has a deep understanding of the importance of Guam and this region to the rest of the world. He's experienced, wise, and ready to take on the challenges we face in Washington, D.C. I trust him. He is the trustworthy candidate for Congress, and that's why I'm ready for Robert Underwood.
I'm Robert Underwood, and I approve this.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
54. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have standing by. We've got Benny Parr and the wife, Marty Hara Parr, joining us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning.
Morning.
Unmute.
There you go.
Hey, Benny.
Good morning.
Good morning, Benny. Just so you guys know, Benny right now has been diagnosed as a COVID-19 positive patient, and we were keeping an eye on you in the KUAM News Zoom room, Benny, and you know, not looking too good this morning. Can you describe for us maybe what day you are on with the virus and some of the symptoms that you've been experiencing since the onset?
Okay. My first symptoms was I didn't have no smell. And when I first got positive was only 3 days. I had chills and headache. So my boss said for me to get tested, and I got positive. I was feeling good when I went to go get it, but as soon as they said I was positive, that's when I felt sick again. So I got it twice. It's not that easy.
What are you feeling right now, Benny?
Right now, I'm getting better. Thank you, Lord, my family, that for their prayers. My deceased family, I met them in my dreams. So they told me to wake up on Friday. The second time around, I couldn't get up. I couldn't lift my arm, nothing. I didn't want to wake up because my head was pounding so hard. So, but my deceased family that I met in my dreams told me to fight it. So that's what I did. The second time around, it was worse, but I fought it.
Let's bring on the wife, Marty. Brian, we had talked about this. We actually asked Lillian about this yesterday. Marty, can you walk us back? So you guys are saying, and this is something that you had told me the doctors were interested in at the hospital, that Benny has been hit with COVID twice. Can you take us back to his first bout with the virus and then walk us to where we're at now?
Okay. Yeah, I've been the documenter. So basically, he's working on a construction site, and we first heard of the first positive on that case August 27th. Our company immediately pulled all the crew off and isolated just to be safe. Everyone in that first round got tested by September 1st. Everyone was negative, including myself because of close contact with Benny, of course. And then the second time, when Benny did go back to work, they reported back to the job site after 2 weeks. He reported on September 10th, 11th, and the 14th. And then the 14th was pouring hard rain, so of course they got soaking wet. And he came home, and he immediately took off his clothes, took a shower, and went to bed right away. And so in usual cases before COVID, he would just take like a little Theraflu, go to sleep, and he'd be fine the next morning. In this case, on September 15th and 16th, he woke up with headache, chills, not so much a fever, a little bit, but not much. And then it was just more that he just had that headache, so he was taking Tylenol. But he did say he couldn't smell. And so that was a little concern. Then we found out a coworker tested positive on the 15th. Therefore, he went to FHP to test on the 16th. And we got the result the 17th, and that he was positive. We also found out 2 other coworkers were positive. And then on the 18th, I found out I was positive as close contact with Benny. And so there was a total of 5 of us within the company that were positive. And we did all our self-isolation, but Benny in the first round, he basically only had 2 days of flu symptoms and 5 days of no smell. And the second week, he was out there in the yard working on the honeydew list, and he was fine. But when he went back to work on the job site October 8th and 9th, then the 9th he already started complaining of a headache. The next day on Saturday, he was having a little fever, some chills, but by Sunday he was in high fever up to 102.3. He was shivering. I could hear him down the hall. He kept hallucinating about some of our deceased relatives. And when I woke up, I was talking to public health agents, and they thought, it can't be COVID because we've never heard of a case that COVID has been so close. And I said, but he's got all the symptoms. He's showing all the symptoms. And of course, the testing facilities are closed on Sunday, so we had to wait till Monday. So we already had a plan Monday morning to go to the testing site when it opened. And when we woke up, he was really bad. He hardly could get up. His fever was high again. And then this time, his whole right arm, his whole right side, he couldn't move. So I immediately panicked. I'm thinking stroke. I'm like, can you walk, or do I need to call an ambulance? And that day, which is the 12th, Monday, it was one of the scariest things, because when they were wheeling him away, just so you guys know, when you go to GMH, there's a stage 1 with security where they ask you, pre-screen you. They radio you whether you're going to continue to stage 2. I drive up to stage 2. I can't get out of the car. They come to the car. They got him in a wheelchair, pulled him into that carport area where the ambulance usually goes. They swabbed him there, took some vitals, and then wheeled him away. And that was when I broke down. I didn't know if I'd ever see him again. I didn't know if he was having a stroke. He kept complaining his head was pounding so hard. It felt like it was going to explode. He wished he had a knife to relieve the pressure. He was talking a little crazy. And that's why with some of the hallucinations, he was really scaring me when he started bringing up our deceased family, right. Because one of them did die of a stroke and an aneurysm. And so it really scared me at that point whether I would see him again. And fortunately, they took a bunch of tests. My sister is in the medical field in Oklahoma, and I reached out to her. She kind of walked me through what his symptoms are. She was actually worried he had meningitis, if not a stroke. So she told me that they're probably going to do a CT scan, a spinal tap, and blood work, of course. When I got his results, she confirmed that everything was negative, like they said. But at that point, I was really a mess. I just drove down to EPAL Beach, and the cops there, I told them, I'm just here to just sit in the shade, and I just want to be near the hospital. And, the doctors are calling me on my phone with questions because Benny can't answer them. And, it was just, I just needed that time to just kind of sit quiet. I was under a shaded tree near GBB. And, it was just a time of reflection and just crying and praying and waiting, because of course my sister told me the test would take a long time. Right. Fortunately, the CT scans showed no tumor, no aneurysm. The spinal tap was clear, no meningitis. So they eliminated the brain, they eliminated the spinal, but now we had to worry if there was an infection in the lungs. So we were waiting on some cultures to come back, but they stabilized him. They released him, and he tested negative on that Monday. And mind you, he also tested on October 2nd negative when we were done with our 14-day quarantine from having the first positive COVID. On the 14th, I had to take him back again. His fever was back. When they checked him at the emergency, he was 102.8 fever. And his blood pressure was okay then, but it was more the fever, and he was still having that pounding headache back. And when they tested him on Wednesday, the 14th, he came back positive. And so they decided to admit him, which I wasn't concerned then, because I knew they're probably doing it out of precaution. Right. Because he had been in ER Monday and, ended up back in ER 2 days later. So I told him, honey, they're probably going to keep you. but just keep your cell phone. I made sure he had a cell phone to communicate, you know, because I know they're short-staffed, and
Right.
you know, we got to do our part.
Marty, I gotta break in. Marty, I'm just gonna break in here real quick. To our viewers on KUAM TV, you're not gonna want to miss the rest of this interview. And thank you so much for joining us on the link this morning. You can jump over to our KUAM News Facebook live feed, where we'll get right back into it with Marty and Benny, and share this very compelling story with the audience here. So jump over to the radio again. We're KUAM FM 93.9 in Agotnia. It's the link. This is The Breeze. To our viewers on KUAM TV, my name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you so much, and we'll see you over here. Hasta adios. Marty, so husband was admitted, tested positive for COVID. You gave him a cell phone. You watched him walk through that hall. What was going through your mind that moment?
I was scared. I didn't know if he'd come back. I've never seen him this week. He worked over 20 years at the port. I mean, he worked 12-hour shifts. He was always strong, always stayed busy. You know, those that know him, he's always working, and to see him, you know, day after day, just where he couldn't even get up out of bed. But, you know, I finally got him to have a nurse call me to give me at least an update once a day and let me know what was going on. And I mean, they tested him, from what I understand, they tested him 4 times, and all 4 times he was positive. So it wasn't a false positive. And, you know, he got sick each time he went to the job site, and I did everything I could to just go straight to work, go home. He was always the one who went to the gas station shopping, because I have bronchial issues, and we were afraid I'd catch it. And sure enough, I caught it, and I was already coughing. And, you know, we both cried when we found out I was positive, because we really didn't know what was going to happen there. But for him to catch it a second time, it was just, and it hit him so much harder. When they say the second wave will hit you, it does. I mean, it just, in a day or two, he could not get out of bed. The pounding headache was just all over his head, all through his neck. And, you know, of course, he wanted me to massage him. And I'm like, honey, I can't be close contact with you. And, you know, it's just me and him. And, you know, I'm trying to do the best I can. Every time he needed something, I just remember close contact is 10 minutes or more within 6 feet. So I made sure I was like only 1 minute or 2 minutes at the most, you know, to tend to him. You know, it was just really nerve-wracking. It's been an emotional roller coaster. But the biggest part was on the 19th, after 5 days of hospitalization, and I got a call from Take Care saying that since he tested positive, there's an exclusion in our benefits. And it says, to the extent that a natural disaster, war, riot, civil insurrection, epidemic, or any other emergency or similar event not within our control results in our facilities, personnel, or financial resources being unavailable to provide or arrange for provisions of a basic or supplemental health service or supplies in accordance with this plan. Therefore, we got a letter from them saying that no benefit will be paid in connection with epidemic-related treatment as specified under general exclusions, page 22. And we have 180 days to appeal it. Of course, I was just outraged when I heard this. I couldn't believe it. You know, I'd been talking to the doctors, and, you know, Benny being an unusual case, they wanted to draw more blood for the research as to how he was able to survive it not once, but twice. He was fighting it. The doctor said he was the only one on the floor that could get up out of his bed to walk to the toilet. You know, he had 5 different roommates during that time, and each one of them was in a worse condition, and they kept wheeling them up to the other floor where I guess is oxygen. But, you know, through the whole thing, I never expected Take Care to come back and tell us we're not going to take care of you. It was like an oxymoron. We never got that clarification during open enrollment. I looked in our plan. I immediately told my Uncle Eloy what had happened because, of course, you know, we take care of them. Benny's always over at their house doing their landscaping and whatever house repairs they need because they're both in their 80s. And Uncle Eloy immediately called his GovGuam retirement trying to find an answer with his Aetna. And I fortunately looked on the internet and found that in their COVID paragraph, they said that the only thing they don't cover is COVID tests that are not necessary. So to return to work or just because you want to find out, they're not going to cover that, which is standard with basically our insurance as well. But the thing that got me was Aetna in their paragraph says that they're waiving the member sharing costs during COVID for their treatment. And here we are being left with right now what is estimated over $16,000 that Take Care is not going to cover. And I thought back to the media headlines when GMH was not accepting Take Care, and then just recently in September they started bringing them back, and then now you have this again. I mean, the frontliners in GMH saved Benny. They really did their part to give him different antibiotics, and he wasn't reacting, so they tried something different. Finally, they found a combination that was working for him, because for 3 days he was still having fever come back, and we couldn't understand why. And you know, it's just, I feel for the GMH because I am a GMH Volunteer Association member, and you have the frontliners risking their lives, and then they're gonna get screwed over on payment. I mean, I just feel that the public needs to know that you need to check your insurance policy. You need to check the exclusions to make sure you're covered, because anything after positive, they're not covering. That's what I was told, you know, and that's on my plan. You know, I'm on a Platinum Premier plan through the Guam Contractors Association, and my exclusions right there in page 22 that, you know, they're trying to say that they're not going to cover it due to epidemic.
Right, Marty. So, I mean, enough, right? Benny, the COVID and his conditions, it doesn't look good. But dealing with all that and then having to deal with this headache and now you're facing thousands of dollars. How are you managed?
You know, we just pray. I've got my GMH Volunteer Association prayer warriors that we're always just praying for everybody. We're praying for a cure. We're praying for a solution. You know, it's really hard because Benny, of course, is out of work. You know, the Department of Labor Employee Rights flyer with the Family First Act, Benny already got paid 2 weeks of leave. So there's nothing that really says you get 2 weeks of leave per occurrence. So he's already exhausted his paid leave. So he's no income right now. We both got our stimulus checks not until mid-August, to give you an idea. Benny filed for PUA. You know, we have a Discover Guam tour business that's been closed down since March. And so we filed for PUA for him from March until he started with the construction company. And it's hard. It honestly is hard because we're trying to figure out what's going to happen. You know, I've had a car breakdown. I've had to empty the septic tank. I've had all kinds of different expenses going on during our positive isolation. It's like one thing after another, you know, and we just keep praying. And our family's been a big support. Our family's been dropping off food or whatever we need. They leave it in our truck outside, and then they honk, go away, and then we go pick it up. Public health has been very good about calling us every day about our condition. I didn't even know they had a service where you could order online with Cost-U-Less and social workers will bring it to you. But Benny and I are not that type to take advantage of the system. We told them straight out that save that for somebody who really needs it. Our family's there for us. And, you know, we're just getting by with what we can, you know, and I'm grateful for all the prayers. I'm grateful that he's home. We told the doctor, I'm sorry, I know you want more blood, but he needs to get released now because they're not going to pay for it. The doctor said he even called and he couldn't believe it. But they transported Benny from the hospital to the house, and you know, I'm taking care of him, and he's under 7 different prescriptions, which kind of took its toll yesterday. He really felt it. But it's day by day, you know, we lift it up to the Lord.
I'm just pretty stunned right now. I don't know if you covered this with Bree, Marty, but the doctors and with Benny testing positive twice, what were some of the things they were saying? Because we haven't really seen until recently in national and international media reports cases of COVID-19 reinfection.
Well, when it was a chance of him being positive, I started jumping on the internet, and yeah, you're right. There was only like a 1 or 2 case. I know I read about somebody in Las Vegas, but and his case was the same thing. The second wave hits you harder. I went on the CDC website, and of course it says that we can hold our symptoms up to 3 months. And, you know, so I'm still taking caution because of my bronchial issues. And so I'm basically thinking that for 3 months, I'm high susceptibility to catch anything. So, you know, we're kind of like trying to create that bubble. But for Benny, it's just what would have been him just getting soaked in the rain and just taking Theraflu, sleeping it off, and 24 hours later, he's fine. This one just really knocked him, you know, off his noggin. So I've never seen him like this. It's the weakest I've ever seen him. One of our aunts saw him from a distance sitting in a chair leaning over. He looked like he had a stroke, and it just hit her emotionally because she was the one with our uncle who passed away. You know, it's scary. Our family from Washington, Las Vegas, California, they were all, you know, checking in. I was everybody. When it first happened, I thought he had a stroke. I really thought he was having a stroke. And then my sister scared me even more when she said meningitis. I actually had to look it up on the internet to really understand with brain damage and disability. I didn't know what to think. And the thing is that now that he's caught it twice, you know, people said, oh, you can't. And he did. And his body obviously still has something in him. It makes you wonder that, you know, when he goes back to work, what happens? You know, will he catch it again? You know, you have to worry about those kind of things.
Right.
Because no one really knows. This is a new virus for so many.
Yeah. Benny, if you could, can you give a message out to the audience? I mean, catching COVID once and walking away from it, now you got it a second time. What do you want to say to the people listening out there? Unmute, Benny.
Can you repeat that one more time?
What's your message to the audience out there, Benny, about the virus and being safe?
About the virus? Second time around, I didn't want to get up, but my deceased family that all passed away, that I was close to, told me to wake up on Friday. So that's what I did. I woke up, I was telling my wife about my family, my deceased family, that I was hurting so bad that I didn't want to come back. But thank you, Lord. Thank you to my family for their prayers. And I had to listen to my grandma, because my family needed me the most, So I had no choice to get up and fight it. Sure enough, I asked my wife to take me into the hospital. I couldn't walk. It was just crazy where my head wanted to explode because my Phil that passed away asked me to massage him. He always liked to ask me to massage him. So I did. I was happy to see my family, my deceased family. But Grandma said, leave BJ alone. I said, okay. So all of them in my dreams were getting close to me and said, BJ, wake up and fight it. So that's what I did. I told my wife, take me to the hospital. My head was pounding because my Uncle Bill had that. He exploded with his head. When he had a stroke, he couldn't lift his arm, so he asked me to massage his arm. And when I woke up, I couldn't lift my arms. I couldn't lift my body. My head was just crazy. So my wife had to help me, pull me off the bed to get me to the hospital. Thank you everyone for your prayers. I'm just happy. I'm glad to be home with my family, my wife. The doctor asked me if I could stay at the hospital to get some more of my blood. The doctor said I was the only one in the hospital out of all floors that made it out of the bed, walked to the bathroom, shower, everything. I didn't have no headaches. Everything was just gone. I was happy. I was ready to come home to my wife, but he wouldn't let me go. So I said, okay. So I just kept staying at the hospital. They gave me 5 different roommates. All 5 of them had to go to different floors to get oxygen. I asked the doctor, why not me? He said, I'm doing good in that room. I'm doing good. So I just said, okay, I have to bear with it. I got no choice. But what's so funny was when I was in the hospital, I had hiccups. I had hiccups from day and night, non-stop hiccups. Every time I'm gonna get well, my hiccups will pop up. I was just happy that it's gone now because I'm exercising. I'm working out in the yard, but most importantly is I slacked off on the second positive, thinking that I'm not gonna get it again. But sure enough, I did. So I want everybody to know, just because they said, oh, you're not gonna get it again, yes, you will. Everybody.
Or you can.
Has to be cautious and use their mask, regardless of what. I have a coworker that's tested positive, but no symptoms at all. Young and healthy. So I just kept going on. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, everyone, for listening to this. Be very careful, everyone, while you're out there. This COVID, it's crazy. So, when the doctor called, take care, they told him that I'm not covered because I'm tested positive. So the doctor called me back because I have no choice to let you go home because it's messed up about me not being covered. That's why I was happy to come home. Even though if the doctor asked me to stay back for another day, get some of my blood, but I got no choice to let me come home, and I was happy.
Martha, I have to ask this,
Yes?
Because this is just a unique situation, even the doctors have said this to you. Have you maybe reached out to any of our elected leaders to see if they could help you, the governor, or the legislature?
I did email my documents to someone on the governor's staff, and they are looking into it. I did have a couple senators, not through my WhatsApp, that I also said, this is something that I wanted them to be aware, because I know that there's the choice bill coming up for open enrollment season. And then, there's been assistance for bereavement of dead patients, but what about the living? And, it's like, I already called GMH. They said our estimated bill is over $16,000. There was a transport from GMH to the house that we don't know those costs yet. But right now it's over $16,000. His first ER visit was almost $5,000, but he tested negative. So I'm going to assume that. But with him being positive, it's over $16,000. And I mean, we don't have that. And I mean, when I first read, the exclusion, and this is why I want, like the AG's consumer protection opinion, I want Revenue Taxes, Insurance Regulation, Errors and Omissions to take a look. Because when I read this clause, to me it said, events that are not within their control results in facilities, personnel, or financial resources being unavailable. But they're available. The clinics are open. They have limited hours. They are open by appointment only. So this is not unavailable. So when I read this, I take it that this doesn't apply. But then again, I'm not an attorney. So I'm looking for some legal opinion on this. I have 180 days to appeal it. Why 180 days? I mean, that's just 6 months that you're prolonging your bill to pay off, GMH and the frontliners. And, I just don't understand that part. I know that back in March of 2020 was when GMH, put out the headline that they're not accepting Take Care anymore. And then September, they started accepting them. And I can see why. I can understand it now, why GMH has issues with Take Care, because here I am, and with a Platinum Premier plan, and if you have Platinum, be aware, page 22. But it's just sad. I mean, I've also reached out to the Guam Contractors Board. I sent an email for them to be aware of it. So when they consider companies for open enrollment, that they are aware of these things, so that they know which of their members could get potentially screwed over technically. It's sad. When the girl on the phone, one of the GMH volunteers was reaching out to me, and I mean, she's trying to wish me well. And so she told me, take care. And I said, I don't want to hear that word. And then she goes, okay, stay well. And we started just joking. It was just kind of, in light of everything. But I just felt it was more of a hypocrisy, that the name says take care, but you're not taking care of us. And so our duty as Chamorros is we need to educate the public. You guys need to check your insurance company, check the policies, check, the exclusions. I mean, I went online and I started going through all the different websites, and, I saw just general exclusions on Select Care. I didn't see anything on Stay Well. I went on Aetna. I mean, I was trying to do my due diligence. Mm-hmm. And I mean, again, I'm not the insurance guru, but it just seems that this one plan that I just happened to be on is not covered. And it's sad. It's sad. I mean, we reached out to our mayor, Jim Blas, because we live in Barricada, and she couldn't believe it. Everybody that I seem to talk to, they are just speechless by it. And, this might not just be Guam. It might not be OOG. So that's why on Facebook, I told people in California, our families in Las Vegas, California, Washington, you guys need to really spread the word, because I don't know if there's other insurance companies out there trying to get out of paying bills with an exclusion.
Well, we appreciate you, sharing your story, Benny and Martha. And Martha, I guess we'll leave it with you, just your final words and your message to people out there listening and watching.
Well, first off, all glory to God. I mean, there is power in prayer, and I thank all my GMH Volunteer Association prayer warriors, my prayer warriors out in California as well, and all the family that, chipped in to help us. But, just know, even if you're a spouse, you do need to wear your mask at home. The first time I didn't necessarily wear it at home, inside, but, after the first battle, I started doing where I cook, and then we don't even eat at the dining table together. He'll eat and I'll eat separately. He has his own bathroom outside. We talked about when he goes back to the construction site that he really needs to decontaminate. I mean, they're not wearing full PPEs. So as like a hospital, they have their, construction vests, their hard hats, their safety shoes, and everything. And I told him I want all that construction stuff to stay out of the house, because I tried to do everything to keep myself shielded, and it still came inside our house. And the only way could have been through some contamination from maybe his clothes, his shoes, something. Right. We're vigilant about having a spray bottle of alcohol every handle we touch. We spray the microwave, we spray the refrigerator handles, everything. We're more vigilant about it the second time around. And, maybe that's why I didn't catch it the second time.
Martha, was this a project construction? Was this on the base?
Yes, it's a naval-based project, and we know that the NAVFAC follows the CDC guidelines, and they've put new safety measures in place. Every time somebody sprays, every time somebody is positive, they spray down the site. There is a 14-day quarantine for the company that does have the positive. There's a point of contact with each general contractor and subcontractor that they do report in, any COVID. And, it's one thing I can tell everybody is take notes, take a journal, write down what your symptoms are every day, write down where you go, because when you do end up with that positive and they try to do the contact tracing, there's a lot that you can't remember at that time. And so if you're keeping a journal now, then when it comes time for contact tracing, it'll be easier for public health or your boss or whoever to do that contact tracing.
Thank you so much, Marty. Benny, thank you. We'll let you rest now, Chalu, but thank you for your message out to the people.
Take care, Guam.
Thank you, Marty. Benny, guys, get some virtual corned beef fried rice on your way out, okay?
That's his favorite. You got it.
There you go. Take two. Benny, está, okay? God bless you. We'll pray for you. Marty, Marty, if you get a GoFundMe,
for you.
if you get a GoFundMe going or anything, make sure you send me the link and we'll put it out for everybody. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll do.
Just in case. Okay, that's that, guys. Make sure you get that corned beef fried rice.
Okay, take care. Be safe.
God bless you.
We love you.
Love you too. 8:35. We'll take a really quick break, and we're coming back with Admiral John Manoni, Joint Regent Marianas, next, right here on The Link. It's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus, gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the 3rd annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
Think about it. This is the 36th anniversary of October named as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The KUAM Care Force encourages you to think pink this October with our social media presentation, Pink About It, on October 22nd, and our KUAM News 5-part series, Awareness is Power, airing from the 19th to the 23rd, featuring a few incredible cancer warriors and the importance of screening and managing this disease. Think Pink is brought to you by Island Cancer Center.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KUAM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KUAM News' The Link pages of KUAM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi. The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
As Guam's traditionally an underserved medical designation.
And on top of that, all the people that lost jobs don't have health insurance.
Right. Really just sad that obviously Benny not doing well. Probably should be in the hospital, but isn't, simply because they don't have enough money. It's 8:40. Let's go. We're going to go to the phone here where we have Rear Admiral John Manoni, a Joint Regent Marianas, joining us on the link. It's the Breeze 93.9. Good morning, Rear Admiral.
Good morning. How are you?
We're doing good. Welcome to the link. Welcome back. I know it's been a little bit since we had you on last. There have been some developments. What do you want to start with, Bree?
Right. Yeah, I wanted to start with the health protection condition, HPCon-B, and the decisions and factors to designate Joint Region Marianas and the military bases into this particular condition.
Okay. So the actual term we're using is health protection condition Bravo B with mitigation measures or additional measures. Also, people use the colloquialism HPCon-B Bravo Plus. And the reason we transitioned to that is since about September 19th, I believe, looking at my chart here, we've been bouncing within the DoD enterprise, and that, just so you know, the folks that I track specifically are obviously active duty service members across all services. Guard units here. I track dependents, retirees, veterans, and anybody who's in a reserve status. Since about September 19th, so more than a month, we've been bouncing around between 20 and 30 total active cases of COVID-19 across that pretty large group of folks. And that's not 20 or 30 a day, that's 20 or 30 total that we've been looking at. So we've been flat for over a month. So that's reason one why I felt the appropriate to scale back a little bit from HPCon Charlie, which is the highest condition we've been in since March, when this all started off. And then the other reason is to more appropriately align our condition and our protective measures with government of Guam, who recently started to open up some services, and the governor has changed from, this PCOR 1 stay at home to a PCOR 1 safer at home, which allows a little bit more freedoms. So that's kind of the two real reasons that we loosened up a tiny bit.
Mm-hmm. But there's still a myriad of protections, I think. Is that what you said, or that are in place?
Absolutely. The majority of the protections and restrictions still remain in place that we've seen all the way through HPCon Charlie. But in Bravo Plus, I can do things like maybe open the beaches for limited recreation, family units, less than 5 people in a unit. I can open up an MWR facility with the appropriate physical distance and at a limited service level with limited patronage. So those are the things that we're working through right now.
So just so I'm clear, so HPCon C or HPCon B is like a PCOR 1?
No, so they don't exactly align, Sabrina.
Okay.
So our highest health protection condition Delta, and that's when we basically shelter in place. We shut the gates. Everybody hunkers down and waits out whatever's going on. Health protection condition Charlie is one step below that, and that's what we felt aligned with PCOR 1, stay at home, back in March, and then in the most recent outbreak, which started sometime at the beginning, middle of August. So we went from Bravo Plus back to Charlie, so we went to a higher condition, as the governor went from PCOR 3 to PCOR 1. Right. And now, since she's in PCOR 1, safer at home, we went from HPCon Charlie to Bravo Plus. So we became a little less restrictive.
Right.
Again, more aligned with the government.
Right.
I hope that helps.
But Admiral, so there with the HPCon B, I saw there was some additional language there about mask wearing, and so could you kind of go into what are the protocols for GRM personnel, and what are the current restrictions under HPCon B, and are there any restrictions on activities relative to where they can go or what they can do outside of the base facilities?
Sure. So within the health order that I put out, we mandated masks on and off base. We mandated, physical distancing. We mandated the hygiene piece, the three things we've been talking about since the beginning. We also added an additional one which placed the responsibility onus on the individual service members and their families to, if they are in a situation where people aren't adhering to masks, hygiene, physical distancing, that they have an obligation to leave, to get away from that. So those are the primary things that we put in that public health order that I did when we went from Charlie to Bravo Plus.
Mm-hmm. So, as everybody knows, DODEA is going to be going back to returning to face-to-face instruction. I was just curious, did HPCon B, could face-to-face have returned under HPCon C?
It would not have.
Okay. So DODEA schools, they start on Monday, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you tell us a little bit about the decision behind why it's a good time to restart face-to-face when you do see, for example, GDOE, they're not comfortable with returning to face-to-face and more than likely will do it in January?
So that's a great question, and that's an area where we're a little bit misaligned. And I would point to we have different populations and different procedures. So Guam, DODEA Guam here, is the last, and in fact the only DODEA region or group of schools that is not open at this time. We've been the slowest, I guess is the best way to say it. I'd like to think of it as the most deliberate in how we look at opening. Now, there's been no pressure on me to open the schools. The only pressure that I feel is that as the husband of an elementary school teacher, I feel that in-person learning is always going to be better than virtual learning. And so it's important to get the kids back into schools and work through this current pandemic in a manner that we minimize the risk to students and teachers and then faculty and others that work at those schools. So given the low cases that we've seen on bases, given the fact that GovGuam is starting to open up a little bit, or has opened up a little bit, given that we're seeing good practices by the majority of the DoD enterprise, I felt it was appropriate to open up the schools. Now, as we move forward, we've taken some steps to both communicate about the mitigation measures we have in place and then practice, a tabletop exercises and walkthroughs to prepare ourselves should we have any sort of positive case within our brick-and-mortar schools.
Do you have any testing protocol? And I know you mentioned that you've seen for the most part an adherence with the DoD personnel, but how much of the DODEA staff is civilian and from outside the, DoD apparatus or whatever?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. Sorry about that, Chris. I will tell you, though, that there are mandatory health screenings both by parents and the schools of those students each and every day. Kind of the same thing you see when you go into any establishment, and it is incumbent on the parents and the students to practice the mitigation measures that we know that are very effective to preclude the spread of this virus.
Can you talk a little bit about the scenarios you were referring to in the tabletop exercise?
Not in specifics, just because I don't have them in front of me, and that was a few weeks ago. But I'll tell you, one of the things we looked at is, as we look at with all our organizations on bases, so think a ship, think a headquarters building, think a school, when we suspect a person is potentially COVID positive, we immediately send that person home into some sort of isolation or send them to the hospital, depending on symptoms, to go get tested. And then we immediately do contact tracing on that individual. And then we decide how much of the service or school or headquarters building or ship do we have to shut down based on that contact tracing. So a scenario, and this is my own personal scenario, a student shows up and we contact trace quickly and understand that the student really only had contact with their class on that given day. Then maybe we're only looking at isolating and quarantining the student, the family, and then the classroom that student was in. Maybe we can contact trace as something bigger to it's a wing of the school, and then we look to close down that wing and obviously go through all the cleaning protocols. And then it's entirely possible that we would have to shut down a school for a period of time and go through a deep cleaning of the whole school. So there are definitely different levels of what we would have to do given what we know from the initial notification of a potential positive and then any sort of contact tracing and investigation following that.
Mm-hmm. Were the teachers and parents, were they surveyed prior to this decision to restart face-to-face was made?
We've had town halls on this. We've talked about it. We've involved the teachers and the parents in the TTX. Obviously we couldn't have every single teacher and every single parent at these tabletop exercises. And I haven't personally talked to every teacher, so I'm sure there's some concerns out there, both among the parents and the teachers. I have concerns about this too. But we have to work through this together, and if people do the right things, the big three, the mask, the distance, and the hygiene, I anticipate we'll be all right.
Mm-hmm. Right. So when the kids return to school, what are they going to see? Are they going to see like plexiglasses, on the desk? Are the desks going to be 6 feet apart?
Yes, that's a great question. So they will see, and I'm looking at pictures of it right now in front of me. They will see plexiglass in the lunchrooms, around their desks, additional distancing between the desks, up stairwells that are just only up, down stairwells that are just down, kind of like a ship. Mm-hmm. Something else to consider, DODEA at the beginning of this school year gave students and parents the option of going full semesters in a virtual learning environment. So I'm going to differentiate between virtual and remote. So there's a segment, a population of students that have opted into a virtual learning environment, in which case they will take all their classes online and be taught online. And they can't opt out of that to come back to brick and mortar until the semester point. Then there's the remote learning environment, which is what most students have been in recently because the schools have been closed. So people in the virtual learning environment stay in virtual. People in the remote learning environment will be able to come back to brick and mortar schools. So that's going to limit or reduce the population and demand within the brick and mortar buildings.
Let's see. I wanted to move on to there was a release that came out, and maybe you could talk a little bit more about that. The Joint Region Marianas awarding $2 million in support of a cooperative agreement with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation to initiate a foundational conservation alliance in support of the advancement of habitat conservation on Guam.
Sure. So, we help with those types of grants. We work through the REPI process, which is, and I'm going to read it off to you just because I always forget it. It's the Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Program, and that's administered by the Office of the Secretary of Defense, so OSD, big Pentagon, big Navy, big DOD. And the intent of this is to leverage existing plans and programs. We're improving the priority habitats with Guam Department of Agriculture and other partners here on island. So it's to better understand and, prioritize and potentially work through any issues with priority habitats here on Guam. I see it as a big win for us out here as one community.
Right, and I think I read a statement from the local Department of Agriculture also excited about this partnership. What about any discussions with the government of Guam or the governor of Guam in terms of any partnerships in COVID response? Because, while you're only seeing 20 active cases within, since September, we're seeing a surge of cases.
And we know these conversations have been had about resources and the availability and the sharing of resources. And I remember, I think last time we talked, you said that an ask had to be made to mobilize you to allow us to avail of some of these things. So what's the status on that? Has GovGuam made a request? And if we are going to get the resources, what would the timeline be and what would those resources include?
So, great question, and it's always good to be able to talk through this process because sometimes, these bureaucracies are tough for any of us to understand. First, there has to be a need for those resources. So, I'm not minimizing what we're seeing in the local community in terms of rising cases of COVID positives. That is certainly concerning. But one of the reasons we're seeing those cases is because the government of Guam is doing what I believe is a really good job of basically surveillance testing to understand the environment and understand where the positives outbreaks are, where the hot spots are. And it's pretty impressive from my perspective, seeing what this island is doing, trying to understand that. Of more concern to me, obviously, are the hospitals, the hospitalization rates, the ICU rates, and then within the ICUs, the ventilation rates. And then what subsequently could happen, which we all hope doesn't, is the morbidity rates. So we watch those all very closely with GovGuam. And as does the 18th Medical Command, which was out here back in March. They're based out of Hawaii, as does U.S. Army Pacific, which is based in Hawaii, as does Admiral Aquilino Pacific Fleet, watches this stuff every day. And I actually just got a call from one of the FEMA administrators for the region out here to set up a call to discuss what's going on. So everybody's focused on Guam in this outbreak. Right now, though, the only current open mission assignment, which is what happens when Guam requests from FEMA for some assistance, and then FEMA assigns that mission to Department of Defense, has to do with telemedicine. Reach back to CONUS or Hawaii to discuss with physicians any sort of cases that are ongoing. So that's the only open mission assignment that we're working through. But as we've discussed in the past, Pacific Fleet intentionally left the Expeditionary Medical Facility equipment here on Guam, which is down kind of packaged up in the Santa Rita complex, right across from the Payless there, in the event that GovGuam would need that. Also, FEMA has pre-positioned a couple of, they're called FMS, basically hospital sets here, should we get to the point that hospitalizations actually exceed the bed capacity, not the provider capacity, but the bed capacity. And then we always watch very closely with GovGuam and GMH the contracting actions to get additional providers in. So I hope that's helpful to people.
Well, we certainly thank you for joining us on the show and giving us some time. So thank you so much, and stay safe.
Hey, Sabrina and Chris, you guys stay safe too. I know it's a concerning time for all of us, but we're going to get through this together.
Admiral, there's some virtual corned beef fried rice in the KUAM News Zoom room if you want to grab some on your way out.
I am all about fried rice, so we'll do that. Thank you so much.
You got it. Take a couple there for the staff, Admiral. Thank
Share
you.
some with Lieutenant Commander Moore.
He doesn't need to eat any. He's already too big. Tall. Too big, tall.
Big and tall. Big and tall. Got it. Thank you, Admiral.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Take it easy. It's 9 o'clock. Good morning.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
You can say that about your staff when you outrank them.
I just want to go back to what I said yesterday. It's crazy that we get the Admiral to come on and answer 30 minutes worth of questions, but we can't even get our own governor. That says something. It's 9 o'clock. We're KUAM-FM in Agotnia, Guam. This is The Link on the Breeze. We're back with our Network of Nurses segment on this Thursday, the 22nd day of October. This episode of The Link is proudly brought to you by Carrier, 647-COOL, IT&E, the Thrive Coalition, and Calvo Enterprises. Good morning, Guam.
Stay connected while physically apart. During PCOR 1, Docomo Pacific will be offering curbside service for your telecommunication needs. Call
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Right, Guam Him 2.0 is a backup, you know, and there's no one to do Finogi Chamorro. It's 9:04. We're the link on the breeze, 93.9. Good morning on you, KUAM-FM in Agatnia, Guam. Network of Nurses. Really proud for this segment that we partner up with the Guam Nurses Association. Been running a few weeks, and we've been able to get some really cool stories with some really awesome, hardworking nurses out onto the show. And so this morning we're going into the Department of Corrections. We're at Agatnia, right?
Yes.
With corrections nurse Donna Mateo. Good morning, Donna.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Guam.
Good morning, Guam.
Good morning. How's everyone doing?
We're doing pretty good. Excited to hear about your story, and we'll just get right into it. So I know that you're based out of the Guam Memorial Hospital, and you were telling me that you were deployed there to the prison in 2016. Can you kind of walk us back to what, was that just something like the boss said, hey, you're going to DOC, or was this something that you were interested in doing?
Oh, yeah. So GMH decided to take over the medical department here, the medical side. So the GMH nurses and physicians are the ones that take over the medical interventions here at the prison setting. And yeah, I've been here since 2016. It's something new to me, and it's actually very interesting. So my background is actually from the telemetry department. I've been working there for about 15 years before I came over here. So we have nurses here with really, really good backgrounds. We have an ER nurse with really good background in ER nursing, long-term care, and then you have me in the progressive care and an ICU nurse. So these detainees and prisoners and inmates are in really good hands when it comes to their medical care.
What do you think, or just right away when you were deployed there in 2016, what was it like, just the differences between working in the hospital setting and working in the correction setting?
So, you know, we have, this is basic, there's a hospital setting, and then you have the clinic setting, and this is more of a clinic setting, an ambulatory care clinic. The difference is that, you know, you have to, we try to find the people that actually have chronic issues, because some of them won't tell us that they are sick. You know, we'll hear from their cellmates or what have you. So it was a huge change. Usually I came from the telemetry department, and it's usually like the is set up. You know, we have to check their vitals and everything here. Sometimes we just have to make sure that, okay, is it really chest pain or is it anxiety? So we do an EKG here in the clinic to make sure that it's chest pain or a real heart attack, or if it's just anxiety. And if it's anxiety, then we just refer them appropriately to the psych department. Or if it's something real severe, like a heart attack, then we'll refer them to the ER department so they can get further evaluated.
I know it's pretty close quarters there at your facility in Agatnia and in Manila as well, because I've been on the tour. But how has COVID-19 and all the protocols about social distancing and just everything being ramped up to avoid the spread of the virus, how's that affected your mission there as a corrections nurse?
Okay, so in the correctional setting, in all jails throughout the U.S. as well, they are very close together. They can room with somebody. They can have a cellmate of one or more people, depending on the population of the amount of people that come in. So it's hard to do social distancing here in the prison setting. So we try, you know, really, really hard to not have the COVID virus come into the prison. So we do a lot of strict assessments so that it doesn't come in here. Because once we do have it, we're going to have a lot of people coming in, and it's going to spread really fast because of the close proximity. And we can only, there's only so much we can do here for social distancing. It's very difficult, but we do try our best to do it where, for example, our detainees, they get seen by a physician and get a physical exam the moment they come in and they're ordered to stay by the judge. If they're ordered to stay, we do a physical exam. In those instances, we do social distance. We make sure they're 6 feet apart, and they all wear a mask. And when they first come in, if they don't have one, the department will issue one to them. So those are measures that we try to take to prevent the spread of COVID-19 here in the prison. The areas here get cleaned frequently, and that's basically what we do here. We also do temperature checks twice a day, and we quarantine them also for 14 days before they get moved to the general population. So, those are ways that those are our challenges. We work closely with the corrections department, and so the correctional officers, the admin will determine where their isolation is going to be. So we isolate them as soon as we have any inclination of COVID. We will isolate them immediately and work from there, monitoring them.
Have you guys done any test training for testing COVID-19?
Yes. So it was in the news that we did do COVID-19 labs for our patients. We have a few nurses here that are considered swabbers. So in the event that we do decide to have our own COVID-19 swab, we have the nurse particularly that does the swabbing.
But at this point, I guess
we don't have that right now,
okay,
but it's in the process. Yeah. Right. So that'll be part of our plan as well for our pandemic response plan.
You guys have been very fortunate in that, as far as we know, we haven't had any inmates, prisoners, or detainees test positive for the virus. That being said, there have been some of the COs, the correction officers, who have tested positive. When we talk about mitigation and the pandemic protocols, what do you think it is that has, kept DOC kind of in that safe spot where we want it to be, COVID-free?
Well, anybody that walks through our doors, even whether it's the nurse, the correctional officer, the attorneys, or anybody that walks through our doors, we do temperature checks, and we have an area for them to wash their hands and practice hand washing. And so we're the ones that are more likely to bring it into the prison. The employees, the ones that go home, that get exposed to the community. So corrections and medical work together to make sure that we do our best. We do social distancing with the officers as well, and with the nurses in our office, in our clinic.
Have you guys been called upon to provide any sort of assistance or guidance to the Department of Youth Affairs down the street where there have been 3 positives?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Have you or any of the nurses over there at DOC been called upon for any sort of guidance or advice for what's happening down the street over at the Department of Youth Affairs where there have been 3 positive cases of COVID?
Oh, well, no, actually, we don't work with the Department of Youth Affairs, but we just get our guidance from public health.
Okay.
So that's part of our team that we work with, but no, we haven't gone to the Department of Youth Affairs. No.
Okay. I was just curious, considering the fact that, you're both kind of,
Oh yeah. Like it's both a correctional, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on.
Donna, I know.
Thank you, Sabrina.
I know you want to give
Thank
a shout out to the staff working hard over there.
Oh, yeah. You know, we all work so hard here at the department, you know, with the law enforcement, the correctional officers, the nurses here. So I'm in Agana, and we have our other team at the Department of Corrections in Manilao. So yeah, we're working really hard, and they deserve a lot of credit as well. All of us, actually. But it's a teamwork. It's a community effort. And yes, we just need to work together and fight together with this virus.
How many people on your team over there at the prison?
Well, for the medical staff, we have about 3 nurses every day, which consists of an LPN. We have our physician that comes here as well to take care of all of the medical emergencies and needs that we need assistance with. So we have another physician, and yeah, we have the mental health also department teaming up with us here as well.
Okay, that's good. So there's enough virtual corned beef fried rice there behind you to take. I just wanted to make sure we had enough for the staff.
Thank you so much.
Can you give one to Major Anton too?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take
Thank
care.
you, Donna. Thank you so much for your hard work.
Yay, thanks.
We appreciate it. Okay. Esther, wash your hands. There you go. Donna Mateo, corrections nurse, part of our segment with the Guam Nurses Association, network of nurses. We're coming back with a congressional candidate forum. That is next. Here on the link, it's The Breeze, 93.9. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the 3rd annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Think about it. This is the 36th anniversary of October named as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The KUAM Care Force encourages you to think pink this October with our social media presentation, Pink About It, on October 22nd, and our KUAM News 5-part series, Awareness is Power, airing from the 19th to the 23rd, featuring a few incredible cancer warriors and the importance of screening and managing this disease. Think Pink is brought to you by Island Cancer Center.
The holiday, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
Serena and Paige, Munga Masangan. That's a classic one from Live Local Fridays.
And speaking of music shows.
Yeah, let's talk about that, Bree.
Yeah, tonight we have a very special One Micronesia Productions music with a message.
Mm-hmm.
We're working with Vic Fallon, actually. He put a lot of work into this show. We're going to be spreading messages for our FAS community. We've got performances from Palau, from Chuk, I want to say Koshrai, just talking, maybe Pohnpei.
Yeah.
We've got FSM Consul General Teresa Philippin, Sam Taitano from Nyetlu. We have messages from Public Health on COVID awareness.
Yeah.
And so that is at 6:30 tonight on KUAM TV8.
And it's going to be awesome because you're going to hear some great music, as always. So many great artists.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not just here, all around our region.
Mm-hmm. I know that Vic had spoken to Joel from Micronesia One Stop Resource Center. Yeah. And he was one of the individuals that had tested positive for COVID.
Yeah, that being said, Bree, I wanted to kind of ask our Link fam out here to put on your prayer hats because, in really trying to do our part to get these messages out, I called the Chukis Association of Guam president, Cass Nakamura, yesterday. Cass has been on the show a couple times. I know he's also an interpreter for the court. But when I called his phone, the wife answered. Mayumi, the wife answered. And I said, "Oh, can I talk to Cass?" And she was like, "Oh, man, he's not here. He's in the hospital." So right away I was like, "Is it COVID?" And she said, "Yes." So the president of the Chukis Association of Guam has COVID. He's been hospitalized since October, I want to say 4th. Since the beginning of October. And so he's having a hard time with the virus. And so Mayumi had asked, that we share that with the audience and that we also asked the audience for prayers. And so, what's happening in the FAS community, it's happening in the Chamorro community, it's happening in the Filipino community, it's even happening in the Caucasian community.
The entire community.
Yeah, the virus is spreading. Its prevalence is widespread. I mean, we see the numbers, these high numbers of positives, high numbers of deaths. I mean, we're getting that many positives. Just imagine what we're not capturing. And they say, I mean, the doctors we get on, they say that's why people are showing up at the hospital. They're showing up when it's too late.
And the show tonight, it's a message for everybody. It's not just for the FAS community or the FSM community. It's for everyone, and we do hope that you make the time to watch it.
We will. 9:24. Let's jump into our congressional candidate forum, of course. Again, in organizing this forum, we reached out to all of the candidates. We're joined here by former delegate Robert Underwood, running on the Democrat side. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning. Good morning. Hafide, buenos dias. How are you doing?
We're doing good. And we've also got on the Republican side, Republican candidate for congressional delegate, Senator Will Castro. Good morning, Senator.
Hey, good morning to both of you and to Dr. Underwood. It's my privilege to share the floor with you. Hafide to your listenership. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Of course. You know, we had, again, extended the invite to the incumbent delegate, Congressman Michael Sinicolas, who's actually on Guam right now. I did my part, guys, because we really wanted to get him on to make this a forum where we hear all the voices. I sent Facebook messages. I sent emails. I sent WhatsApp messages. However, we didn't get a response or a confirmation, so we're just going to have to go with it, guys. And, we'll just jump right into it. Bree, the format?
You have 2-minute intro, 2-minute responses to the questions, and 2-minute close.
And so we'll just get right into it with our 2-minute opening statement, and we'll go ahead and start with Senator Will Castro. Your 2-minute opening statement to the people of Guam starts now.
Well, thank you very much to those on the link, and it's a privilege to be here with someone who I respect. Dr. Underwood, thank you for sharing the floor with me. My dear people of Guam, to those of you who have voted, thank you. Thank you so very much. And for those of you who have yet to vote, the hour is almost upon us where we get to select Guam's representative to the United States Congress. Hopefully this forum will provide an extra opportunity for us to share our plans, and perhaps we can even get into each other's records as policymakers, as professionals in our own right, and as leaders within this awesome community of ours. But if there's one thing I learned throughout the journey these last 10 months, it comes down to this. The people of Guam, you're voting for the person. You're going to vote for someone who has the character, someone who has the right condition of the heart to serve, someone who's committed to stay with it through these times, both good and bad. And yes, each of us candidates has a plan, our own recipe for success, if you will. But at the end of the day, I think you just need to ask yourself, do you believe this person? Have they demonstrated the leadership traits that they claim to have? And I just want to share that I've been active in this community. I was engaged. I remain engaged. I was in Alahan yesterday. I'll be in Jigo tomorrow so that I can listen to what it is you have to share, informing the Guam message. I continue to work well with those in the community, to include the speaker and the governor and my Republican colleagues. And this also includes the Democrat challengers. I have great rapport with former Congressman Underwood, and we have some communication with Delegate Sinicolas. I appreciate that. My name's Will Castro, and there's one thing I want to leave with you. One thing hasn't changed. I'm the same person, whether I was a director, or cabinet official, or a member of the Young Men's League of Guam, or a teacher. And so I want to encourage you to vote for someone who's good for their word, who's in love with our island.
Thank you, Senator.
It's evident in everything they do. So I humbly ask for your vote. A vote for a new
Time's
direction
up.
forward. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Right. Former Delegate Underwood, 2 minutes to address the audience. Start.
Good morning to all of you, my dear people of Guam. The delegate's office in Washington, D.C. is a 2-year contract. Nobody has a right to it. They have to earn it. And we only have one voice in Washington, D.C. And for us, ladies and gentlemen, for the people of Guam, that voice must be trustworthy. That voice must be respected in Washington and respected here in order for us to carry out a full agenda for all of the problems and issues that we have connected to federal relationships with our island. I base my campaign on trustworthiness. And I've said over and over that honesty and integrity are not optional. They are required in order for you to understand how you are served. One voice, ladies and gentlemen, one voice. So I present myself as that voice. I've had experience in Washington, D.C. I've had experience as an educator. I've had experience as a community activist. And I'm presenting myself in order to provide that, put in service that experience on our behalf, to deal with all of the pressing issues: jobs, 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 the economy, healthcare, education, making sure that we're dealing with the 21st century challenges in a way that is reflective of us. I have trust and unity. I believe that by working with you, working with all sectors of the Guam community, working with the elected leadership in Guam, that a collaborative team approach, but fighting for you in Washington, D.C. is the best route. So I have always followed this. I firmly believe that if you look at the records and if you look at the platform, and I have presented a very detailed platform, all of it is doable.
Thank you, Robert.
It touches veterans, it touches Manamco, and
thank
it
you.
touches all of us, ladies.
Time's up.
I appreciate it. I humbly ask.
Thank you.
Sabrina, next question.
Next question?
Or first question.
According to an October 7th report issued by the Congressional Research Service on the freely associated states and issues for Congress, it states that Hawaii, Guam, and the CNMI reported a total of $3.2 billion in estimated compact impact costs during 2004 to 2018 in the areas of education, social services, while they received approximately $509 million in compact impact-related compensation during 2004 to 2019. Officials from Guam and Hawaii have cited compact migrants' limited eligibility for a number of federal programs, particularly Medicaid, as a major reason for costs borne by the affected jurisdictions. What are your plans to address the problems with compact impact and reimbursements to Guam? Starting with you, Senator Castro.
Well, Hafide, thank you for bringing the question up. The concerns surrounding compact impact is a perennial concern of the territory. I think if you look at the records for the last, it doesn't matter which year you pick up, cumulatively, it's about $1 billion, $100 million a year. I think the approach for any delegate to the United States House should be to advocate for inclusion of Guam in that discussion. I think we should advocate and push for proper compensation and recompense for those types of services that are a shock to our infrastructure. We can see, I can agree with you that perhaps the Medicaid issue is a big concern, but it's not the only one. There are areas in terms of public safety and education that are facing this community. There are underserved, underinsured, and non-insured migrants, and we want to ensure that they're included in any type of federal provisions that will afford them the opportunity to grow and prosper in this community. I think they're getting a bad rap. And I think the buck ends with the United States Congress, and that's the role that the advocate should play, the Guam representative to the House. That's essentially my position on that. I can go into detail about the numerical expression anywhere from 18 to 25 million at the Guam Memorial Hospital, but it really won't solve anything other than the fact that we're not at the table. I think it's incumbent. It's a not just our fiscal responsibility, but almost a moral one to be at the table to ensure that they get their fair share of federal monies that come into the Guam economy and anywhere else they may freely travel within the United States of America.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congressman Underwood?
Compact impact aid is, of course, you've outlined the exact problem, and here's a good solution. Of course, an opportunity was presented in the past Congress, in the current Congress, to put in an amendment in the state authorization bill to include Guam in some participatory role in the negotiations with the freely associated states. That didn't happen. That was a failure on the part of our representative. Secondly, I have committed that when the compact agreements come up for consideration in the Congress, that I will spare no effort to make sure that those compact agreements are not approved until there's a clear route to go with compact impact aid. And that clear route includes at least $100 million a year. And that clear route includes the enforcement of immigration provisions by the Department of Homeland Security to make sure that we don't get the back and forth of people that are probably maybe running away from different issues in our region. And lastly, we must solve that Medicaid problem. And that Medicaid problem make sure that they are the compact citizens, the FAS citizens, are not only eligible for Medicaid here, but are eligible for Medicaid in their home areas. And if they are, then we won't have the kind of stresses that we feel here when they come here, primarily to Guam, just to seek medical services and then take advantage of our medically indigent program. And then, of course, the Medicaid funding simply dissipates and it's not strengthened. So those are real concrete solutions. They could have happened. It didn't happen in the past Congress, but with your support, I'm going to make sure it happens.
Thank you, Robert. Next question. Much has been made about Congressman San Nicolas's attendance with Congress, with congressional records showing that he has the second poorest attendance in all of the House. But he's defended this record by saying that instead of going to vote on bills or attending the session, he was attending important meetings at his office and other places. So if elected, do you guys believe that attendance and voting is a key part of representing us in Congress? If so, or if not, please explain why. You have 2 minutes to respond, and we'll go ahead and start with Senator Will Castro.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the answer is absolutely yes, emphatically yes. If there's one thing you need to do, and I can't, but if there's one thing that's required of my office, it's to show up on the vote. I think that's the penultimate responsibility of the representative, especially if you're the only one. I can't understand why one wouldn't attend those important hearings and or actions on the floor, but I can tell you from personal experience or professional experience, as one of 15 senators, there's no way I can attempt to represent you if I don't understand what the concerns are before you. And I don't intend to pick that up on a policy analysis document. I get out there and I have real conversations with you. As a matter of fact, things that extend way beyond something like the privilege to serve you. I intend to continue my mobile office opportunities. So the answer is yes. I don't understand how anyone in any capacity can put forward to want to represent you if they don't understand you. And to understand someone is to be an active listener, to be present. You have to show up to put out, in my humble opinion. In addition to that, even if it was a foregone conclusion on the fate of the bill, which oftentimes it is, if it's negotiated on either side of the aisle, advocacy plays a key role in sustaining and maintaining momentum. Advocacy, because it's entered into the public record. You know, it's one thing not to show up, but it's another thing not even to have input on a matter that's salient to the territory and all of the Marianas, for to be exact. Going back to use compact as a legitimate example, there are things that are in motion. The United States government has weighed in through the GAO on the need for a uniform reporting policy. I haven't heard about that from the current delegate. And maybe it's not a top priority, but you have to be present to be engaged. And Zoom doesn't cut it for me. Somebody asked me early in the campaign, Senator, this is in June, if you could do one thing different than the incumbent, what would you do? And my short answer was not related to my platform. It's related to my leadership style. One thing I would do different is—
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Reminding you guys have 2 minutes to respond to the questions. I'm minding the time, and we will cut you when the time is up. That being said, no problem. Congressman, 2 minutes to respond starting now.
Okay. Well, obviously, paying attention to your work is obviously a requirement no matter where you work. And the current delegate has missed 52% of the votes. And when you do an analysis of what those votes were, there were votes on improving prescription drugs for senior citizens, 6 votes on veterans, votes on youth policy, votes on foreign policy issues. There were a number of votes where when you're called, when Guam is called, 52% of the time, Guam didn't answer. Of course, most of those votes are we already know how they're going to turn out, but all of those voters show up anyways because they understand that representing their constituency is the most important thing they have. In addition to that, the delegate has missed 30% of committee votes. I don't know what kind of strategy is being pursued in that, but I take pride in the fact that wherever you vote, and when you vote in committee, your vote counts fully. If you vote on the House floor, you vote on amendments, and then that's where you provide evidence of where the people of Guam stands and where your heart is. And ladies and gentlemen, when you're on the floor voting and you're interacting, you're advocating, you're presenting your point of view, you're telling the Guam story, you're telling your fellow members of Congress what Guam is all about and where Guam stands. Being absent in that is not just missing a vote, it's missing opportunities to represent you and opportunities to present our point of view on a wide variety of issues. National leadership requires national attention.
Thank you, Robert.
It requires a delegate that pays attention.
Thank you. Sabrina?
Yeah. The federal ban on cockfighting, recently we had a local proponent of cockfighting on our show. He felt that this was just the beginning of more federal restrictions that would be handed down or that could be handed down on Guam without the people of Guam truly having any sort of voice. He felt that it was going to be further erosion of our constitutional rights. What is your position on the federal ban on cockfighting that includes Guam? Do you plan on fighting it or anything? Congressman Underwood?
Well, thank you for that opportunity. And I've met with a number of people who are involved in cockfighting. And of course, in Guam, it's always curious that your cockfighting is the basis for understanding who you support politically. So Haji Gadzumu, who's your rooster? And if we end cockfighting, we're going to end that unique feature of Guam politics. But of course, I am going to fight for a way to make sure that cockfighting continues legally and safely. The Northern Marianas has a unique provision which allows them to sort of dodge the issue by saying that it's a longstanding cultural practice and that under their covenant, their cultural practices will continue from before. For us, it's the same cultural practice. I don't understand why, if they're going to allow it in the Northern Marianas, they wouldn't allow it here in Guam. So I understand that this is a matter of great controversy and great concern to a number of people, but this is also a matter of cultural continuity. It's also a matter of how we see ourselves and what elements of local authority do we continue to try to secure, especially in activities that are related to our cultural practices from past centuries. Puerto Rico has basically in the same situation, and they've already passed that bill. And the Northern Marianas is relying on this provision in their covenant. And if I am fortunate enough to represent you in Congress, I'm going to hitch my wagon to the Northern Marianas and try to figure out a way that Chamorro cultural practices that are there and here are sustained and maintained into the future.
Thank you. Senator Castro.
Today, I don't want to get into the efficacy of cultural practices, but I want to start and end with this to be consistent. It's been consistent on my platform that I think it's definitely tied to greater states' rights and the opportunity to decide for ourselves what's best for Guam. It's right. I'm not a proponent of horse racing in some parts of the contiguous U.S. like Kentucky. I'm not a big advocate, nor am I against game fishing either. But the point would be this, that I also stand on the same side as Mr. Underwood here, that if given the privilege, I would advocate for greater states' rights. Put it before the people. And to draw some contrast, I can tell you this, that the incumbent has punted, has deferred to the Congress to assert itself over many of the policies that affect the territory. And that's an erosion of our ability to demonstrate self-governance. I stand on the side of the state, in this case, the people of Guam, and let us choose. I have nothing against game fighting and cockfighting. As a matter of fact, I would probably yield that it's been in our traditions for a long time. But in principle, it's a state right. And that's where I would hitch my wagon, Mr. Underwood. I would hitch it on the side that we can decide for ourselves what's best for Guam. The CNMI was the better foot forward in blazing that trail. By all means, in all humility, we'll follow that lead. But it's our role, any representative from Guam, to stand forward and advocate for what we believe to be in the best interest of the territory. And in this case, definitely yielded and sacrificed on the principle of greater self-governance, which I abhor. I reject that principle. Thank you.
Thank you. You want me to ask? You got it.
It's up to you.
Okay, well, we received this release from the Commission on Decolonization a couple of days ago, responding to a statement made by President Trump. It states that in a phone interview on October 1st with Sean Hannity, President Donald Trump expressed his opposition to granting statehood to U.S. territories like Guam, Puerto Rico, and the District of Columbia. In the interview, the president expressed that if these places became states, it would lead to an awkward number of stars on the U.S. flag. Trump asked and ended with, "So it's a very, very sad thing for our country. Very, very sad thing." What is your reaction to that, Congressman Underwood?
Well, it's a very sad thing that the president said that. And it's also sad that you just make a comment about whether you want to admit an entity as a state based on how awkward it's going to look on the flag. That seems to be a pretty shallow way of looking at it. But of course, whatever President Trump says, if you give him enough time, he might change his mind. So while I am concerned about it, it is a matter of greater national policy to pursue. We're in the midst of an issue of self-determination, and if in the exercise of self-determination, a statehood is that option that is preferred by the people, then of course we will support it. And I will support that because that's the whole point of self-determination. It is a difficult task. It is clear to understand that just simply advocating for statehood is not going to make it happen. But as always, there is a federal responsibility to this. So in my role as your representative at the federal level, I will spare no effort in making sure that our efforts here are supported and our efforts here are funded appropriately. It's always interesting. The nature of the political relationship with the federal government is controlled by the federal government here. And then when we're trying to change it, they're always saying, "Oh, you're kind of coming up short, try again, go over here." And they're constantly moving the goalposts. So I hope that with some clarity and with this kind of energy, that there will be a federal commission that will review the possibilities of statehood and other political statuses for all of the territories and help resolve the issue for the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Robert.
All. And I will be a participant.
Senator Castro, 2 minutes.
Well, I can't speak for the President of the United States, and I certainly can't speak for the polity when it comes to political status. But what I can tell you is my principal position based on where I stand. The right to Chamorro political self-determination, in my humble opinion, is a human right. It predates the United States. It goes back before the UN. It just goes so far back in terms of even what you decide to do for yourself. I will say for the record, though, that the 2016 Republican platform was very clear in supporting all territories in their right to political self-determination. So with that said, if we didn't have the opportunity to choose, then we'd be in the same situation. And that applies to the United States. For me personally, I know one of my candidates here just alluded to the potential direction if we decided as a territory. I'm a statehooder. But I would be at the doorstep of the White House. I'd be speaking with people. I've communicated with the local Republican Party on the need to address this issue. And I'm sure I stand with them and they stand with me, that we stand firmly, unequivocally, and unmoved on the right to moral political self-determination.
Thank you. Why would you be a better choice and a better voice for the people of Guam over your opponents? And we'll start with you, Senator Castro.
Oh, wow. Well, let me mind my place. In the presence of the former congressman, I don't know if I would be better. I know that I offer an alternative to the people of Guam in terms of leadership style and overall policy direction. I'd like to build upon the accomplishments of the former congressman, and I'd like to learn from the present challenges of the incumbent. What I can offer the people is the fact that I'm active and engaged, that you can judge me based on what I've done and where I stood, on what I've said and the bills that I've introduced. That will be consistent. So if that's better in your mind when you're passing judgment upon me in the voting booth, then so be it. But I assure you, given the privilege to serve in the United States House of Representatives, that I'll be active. I'll put these boots on the ground. I'll knock on those doors, as I've demonstrated at great personal expense. And so I can only put forward that I want to do the same with the same zeal. And I want to build upon the Guam story. But maybe that's where I contrast with my predecessor, that I want to write a new chapter to a glorious future for the people of Guam, having learned from him and others like him. That doesn't make me better. It makes me hungry for change. And with all due respect, I meant no disrespect. Thank you, Congressman.
Congressman Underwood?
No disrespect is intended, I'm sure. But this is more than a matter of style. This is a matter of values. This is a matter of honesty and integrity and the way you represent the people of the island, to make sure that whatever you're doing brings honor to the island, that you don't become an embarrassment to the island by having stories told about you in the national media. This is what we have at stake, ladies and gentlemen. So it's more than just style and being able to put together some words and look energetic. This is about substance. This is about clarity. This is about values. So ladies and gentlemen, you have to assess for yourself which of these candidates has the experience to carry out what they say they're doing. Which of these candidates have the values that reflect us as a people? And which one of us communicates with you, not just communicates in forums like this, but communicates with you. I'm so proud of the fact that when I served 10 years as delegate before, I had 77 village meetings. My service, it will be transparent as it was before, open to you, to listen to you, to listen to your disagreements, to listen to your pains, to listen to your arguments, because that makes your representation in Washington, D.C. so much stronger. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have to make that choice. And it's the miracle of democracy that every single vote counts. So please assess this, not just in terms of style and not just in terms of putting together a few words, but values, substance, and experience. And I hope that after you assess those things, you will make the choice.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
The relationship between the incumbent delegate and the administration has been strained and almost adversarial at times. Do you think that the island of Guam has lost out on anything that we could have got in our nation's capital because of this relationship? And if elected to the delegate seat, would you do it differently? If so, or if not, please explain why. You have 2 minutes, Senator Will Castro.
Gosh, we don't even need to look just at COVID. I couldn't agree with you more on the issue of Bill 181, the war claims compensation. That was a bipartisan effort on the part of the speaker and myself, much to the chagrin of many people in my party. We just didn't see the clarity, many of my colleagues. But at the end of the day, we were advocating for immediate compensation before another person had passed. This had the stamp of endorsement from the governor, Imagahaga herself. yet we couldn't muster the support of our only representative to the United States House. If anything, there was overt attempt to side rail that, to derail that. We stood 3 months. We stood down at 90 days, 30 days, 60, 90 days. 6 months almost went by, and people died along the way. That's a perfect example of the disconnection between what the people want and what the sole representative to the Congress represents. And so I'll be crystal clear in this, I get a little worked up. That was an important example, not just COVID. COVID's another example. We can get into, I just don't have enough time. But it's a perfect example of how I will yield to the territory in terms of what we believe to be in the best interest of the people of Guam. That was the one thing that stood out for Nongi Fast. And I don't know what else I can say in 15 seconds other than that. Yeah, we need to fix it.
Well, you still have 40 seconds.
Okay. Sorry, my timers may be excited. Well, you know, I think regardless of who's a representative, Republican candidate or the Democrat challenger right here, Dr. Underwood, I believe we agree on one thing, many things, and this is one of them. You're the only voice to the Congress. I'm sure he would knock on the White House door, as I would. I would go to the ruling majority committee chair, whether it's Veterans Affairs, to advocate for certain things that are in the best interest of the territory and the region. You have to consult the chief executive and the speaker and the mayors and the people. How else are you going to move this island forward? Now, with respect to COVID, we may differ starkly on some principal issues that are more partisan related, like I believe less money into the
Thank you, Senator.
Businesses.
Thank you,
Okay, we'll do a better job on their timing.
Right on. Congressman Underwood, 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I've already pointed to this sign back here that says trust and unity. You can't generate trust in your leadership if you're not attempting to be unified with your fellow leaders and with the general community of Guam. I've stated this before in front of the legislature in my previous speeches, that the sole purpose of the delegate should be to move the locus of control from Washington, D.C. to Hagåtña, to empower Guam more. The current delegate not only struggles with elected leaders, he's trying to pass legislation in Washington, D.C. that will restrict the government of Guam in its authority. So some examples of that legislation which I passed was allowing the change to an elected attorney general, allowing the definition of a quorum to be changed because of the changing numbers of the Guam legislature. These are things that I did in changing the tax structure in order to find equity for Guam and in foreign investment taxes, which are assessed in the U.S. These are things that are designed to empower us. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a delegate who spends more time trying to triangulate how they differ from elected leaders rather than how they are the same, you're going to get division, you're going to get divisiveness, and you're going to have an incoherent policy in Washington, D.C. That's the sum product of that. That's the end result of that. So it's not just, is the delegate just charting their own course? It's the fact that policy matters that matter to you suffer. When the delegate fails, to act in a unified manner with the people of Guam, when the delegate fails to uphold those values,
thank you, Robert.
We all suffer.
Thank you. It's now time for your 2-minute closing statement, and we'll go ahead and go with you, Senator Will Castro. Your 2-minute closing statement to the people of Guam starts now.
Thank you. Once again, I want to thank you, the folks at the Link, KUAM, Dr. Underwood, for sharing the floor with me, and for the opportunity to reintroduce myself and share my thoughts in this forum. As I said at the beginning, I'll say it now at the end, that it comes down to the medium and not the message. The message belongs ultimately to the people of Guam. We are the ones who craft it. Our community should elect someone who's capable of forging a new way forward with as many of us at the table. A new way forward for Guam in terms of federal territorial relations and with the end goal in mind. And this is done by examining the candidate, the person. In this case, we are the messengers. And so I want to close by thanking once again the Democrat challenger here for being polite and sharing his thoughts on a number of issues here. And to the people of Guam and to my family and to my supporters, my energetic volunteers for being with me on this journey. I want to be your delegate in the nation's capital who respects the Guam story, who respects history, who's learning from the shortcomings of the present, and to take those lessons from both the past and the present to write a new chapter for the people of Guam, one of recovery and long-term prosperity. Sana Masi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congressman Underwood, you have 2 minutes to respond, unless you want Senator Castro's. He had 30 seconds left.
Thank you very much, and I also thank the senator for being with me on this forum, and it's, of course, a great disappointment that the incumbent is not here in order to be able to, for the voters and the listeners and the watchers to make compare and contrast. Really is sad. Really is sad that we continue to engage in forums in which the incumbent is absent, and for whatever reason that may be. But here I am, and here is Senator Castro. I'm presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, a clear path forward, a detailed agenda, a detailed platform. You can go to my website and read it all. And these platforms were based on conversations with you, conversations with real people. We had conversations with small business owners, with medical professionals, with educators. It reached out to people. That's the way that you should conduct and develop policy. Not just write it up on Facebook and hope people salute it, but to engage in people. It's engaged partnership with the people of Guam makes a stronger voice for you in Washington, D.C. That is a fundamental understanding of the role of delegate. Representing us, not representing himself, representing us. Who are we? Who are we as a people? Are we honest? Do we have integrity? Do we have concerns? Are we paying attention to the veterans? Are we paying attention to the Manamco? Are we making adequate plans for our economy? That's who we are. And are those concerns being represented in Washington, D.C. today? I believe that they're not. I believe that they're not, and that is the reason why I have put myself forward in this campaign. I've told from the very beginning, I said, I'm not running for public office. I'm running for public service.
Thank you, Robert.
Ladies and gentlemen, you make that call. Maraming salamat po.
Senator Castro, thank you for joining us. Congressman Underwood, thank you again for joining us. It's been great talking with you guys. Very insightful.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Adios. Thank you.
All right. Give each other virtual rock. There you go. All right. And I don't know. Or John Kim Poe, what are we doing here?
Wait, what was gang sign?
That's the Triton sign. That's the Triton sign.
Gotcha. Right on,
okay.
There's some virtual corned beef fried rice for you guys if you guys want to grab some on your way out for the staff of the supporters.
Sweet. Are we offline here or?
No, you're still on.
Yeah, you're still.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Well, let me. I do want to thank all of my supporters and a hardworking volunteer team, and especially my Narissa, who's with me almost every hour of the day, and just it's just a great opportunity to see spirit in the community is alive and well, and that people are hungry for real change.
Senator Castro.
I appreciate the opportunity, Chris. I feel better now that the formal part is over. These 2-minute lightning rounds kind of freak me out, but I appreciate the opportunity to have a dialogue. I agree with you, Dr. Underwood. I wish our challenger was here so we can debate and we can respond to each other. Yeah. I'm sure my record would be challenged, and I'm open to that. But other than that, it's been a very spirited campaign. I do thank Dr. Underwood, Dr. Narissa Underwood, for being so kind and encouraging for me too. So be safe out there, Dr. Underwood, and to all the people that want, please come out and vote. Get the numbers up and vote with your mind and your heart.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
See you
Take
guys. 10:02. We're KUAM-FM in Agotni, Guam. This is The Link on The Breeze 93.9. We'll take a short break, and we're coming back with your chance to win some pizza from our Pepsi Pizza Report. Good morning, Guam.
Catch The Link on Breeze.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Celebrate National Pizza Month with the Pepsi Pizza Report. Pepsi helps celebrate this tasty month with an easy way for you to win Pepsi and pizza. Post a photo of yourself enjoying your favorite Pepsi beverage to KOM News or Uno Instagram or Facebook pages to enter to win Pepsi and pizza from one of our pizza sponsors. Catch the Pepsi Pizza Report every Thursday on KOM News' The Link Morning Show and on the social media pages of KOM News for reports, tastings, and everything pizza and Pepsi. The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Pepsi Guam Bottling, a local company. We produce your favorite products right here on island, like Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Hanum, Chamorro Punch, Tropical Ice, and more. We've invested millions into local production and will continue to upgrade our facilities and provide local jobs so you can truly buy local. Our long history of producing the freshest and best products will continue. This is our vision. Pepsi Guam Bottling.
Think about it. This is the 36th anniversary of October named as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. The KOAM Care Force encourages you to think pink this October with our social media presentation, Pink About It, on October 22nd, and our KOAM News 5-part series, Awareness is Power, airing from the 19th to the 23rd, featuring a few incredible cancer warriors and the importance of screening and managing this disease. Think Pink is brought to you by Island Cancer Center.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the 3rd annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KOAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@koam.com or visit koam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Good.
This is the way I want my life to be. Now I don't
Good morning.
No disrespect, but sir, we all heard what the papers all of us read. And
Thank you again to Congressman Underwood and Senator Will Castro for coming on our congressional candidate forum. It's 10:06.
We did invite Congressman Michael St. Nicholas again, for the record.
Yeah.
And
it's hard.
Did we even get a response?
Man, Bree, just staying motivated because I really just don't get it. I mean, Congressman Mike is such an intelligent guy, and he has so much support.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't get why he won't come on. I don't understand, really. And so, every time we had Robert and Will on last month.
Mm-hmm.
I extended the invite again, and I make sure that we do our part because I don't want to be the guy who's going to be accused of, I didn't even get a call or didn't even get an email. So, man, I got emails for Congressman St. Nicholas I didn't even know existed. So I'm sending it to email. I'm sending it to WhatsApp. I even Facebook messaged the guy. Which is, I hear how a lot of people get a hold of him, but we didn't get anything. We didn't get anything last month. We didn't get anything the month before that.
Right.
And we didn't get anything for this forum here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we've been invited, at least Nestor's been invited to the press conferences that he's had recently, and we have played audio of the press conferences and videos of the press conference. We've covered stuff that he's given to us when he allowed us back into his media pool. And... yeah, I just don't understand.
I really see...
It is what it is.
It is what it is, and it's crazy because I really see a lot of calling kettle black. You know, the same issues that our governor, Lulian Guerrero, is struggling with in terms of accessibility, in terms of making herself available to answer questions. It's the same thing with Congressman San Nicolas, which I think is funny because they're so adversarial. But a lot of times when you butt heads with somebody, a lot of times it's because you guys are very similar. And so I think for Congressman San Nicolas, what it is, Bree, is there's just so many different accusations and allegations on the record that have been made against him, whether it's the Federal Election Commission or the House Ethics Committee or, any slew of different issues that he's had. And I mean, just playing the victim after each of these things comes out, it's a little old, and I just don't think he's confident enough to step into a real, legit, fair forum. Whereas you can see the questions were not geared towards just Robert Underwood or towards just Senator Will Castro. They're general questions that people can ask. And I just think that's what it is I think, obviously, if you kind of look at what he puts out, he's very controlling in how you can interact with the messages that he puts out. And a lot of times there isn't that interaction. And I think he's just really afraid of a good follow-up question, which is sad because I see an intelligent guy who can think on his feet. I just don't know why he won't afford the people of Guam. It's not even about KUAM. It's about our audience. We have the biggest audience, and they deserve better than that. It's 10:09. We got some pizzas here, courtesy Pepsi Pizza Report. This has been a great segment. Bree, we're about to take them to try some Pizza Hut, and we will take the first caller.
There's actually 2, right?
Yeah, we have 2 pizzas to give away, Bree.
Okay, let me find it.
Okay, good, because I can't find it. There's too many papers here. There's too many papers. I don't know. There's paper everywhere. So we're going to
All right, so here's
the
the first question. You can answer either. Wow, you already got a call.
Nice.
First question, how much is a Pizza Hut's extra large big New Yorker pizza?
Oh, I know this one.
That's one question, all
Okay.
right? Or if you have the answer to this question, or you want to take the call.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Okay, so the link, line 1, who's this?
This is Dean.
Dean. Okay, so the question, Dean. Sabrina?
How much is Pizza Hut's extra large big New Yorker pizza?
Would that be the $9.99 one?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
That's my go-to. 5 kids, big New Yorker, double cut, right? You get one topping, I believe, for a little bit extra. You throw in extra pepperoni. Dean, congratulations.
All right, thank you.
All right. We have another question.
Right. So, Dean, I'm going to put you on hold, and we're going to go to your personal information.
Okay.
You get a 2-liter Pepsi and also the pizza.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Thanks,
Right on.
Dean.
Thanks, Dean. Hold on.
Congratulations.
Right. What's the other question, Brie?
Next question. How long has Pizza Hut been serving Guam? How long has Pizza Hut been serving Guam? The number to call is 637-0094.
Man, Bree, not even a hint, not even a clue, not even a... You tough. You play by the rules.
How long has Pizza Hut been serving Guam?
1011, the link. Good morning. Who's this? Hello, good morning. Good morning. The link. Good morning. Who's this?
John.
John, how many years has Pizza Hut been serving Guam?
You guys can't give me the first question?
No.
No hint?
It's a number of years.
Man, I would say 40.
40 years?
No.
Ooh, close. Yeah.
Can I get another question?
Good try, John. We'll see you.
That's the only question I have left.
Right on. So how many years has Pizza Hut been serving Guam? Let's go back to the phones. The link. Hi, who's this?
This is James.
James, how many years has Pizza Hut been serving Guam?
Is it 52 years?
No. Sorry.
Nice.
So,
Nice try.
so there's your hint, everybody. It's between 40 and 50.
Right on.
How long has Pizza Hut been serving Guam?
Wow, we got a hint here. Line 2, hello, who's this?
Tessie,
Tessie, how many years has Pizza Hut been serving Guam?
over 50 years.
Nice.
No,
That's the kind of answer I'd give.
Sorry.
A lot of years. Sorry, Tessie.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mama Bree's on the question. You get no break.
No, I gave the hint. It is
Yeah, I
between
know.
40 and 50 years.
Right on. the link. Good morning. Who's this?
Jimmy.
Jimmy. How many years has Pizza Hut been serving Guam?
45 years.
There you go.
45
Yay!
years. Wow. Way to go, Jimmy. Congrats. We got you 2-liter Pepsi and some pizza.
That's right. Again, congratulations. Pizza Hut has been serving Guam for over 45 years with hot and fresh pizza, pasta, wings, breadsticks, and desserts. Our distinctive signature crusts like original pan and stuffed crust set us apart from other pizza restaurants. And Pizza Hut's extra large Big New Yorker pizza is a Guam favorite, offering consumers gut fill. Wow, gut fill and value at $9.99. Pizza Hut also specializes in high quality restaurant style fried Wing Street wings, offered in a variety of sauce and dry rub options. Pizza Hut is a proud supporter of literacy initiatives, including our popular Book It reading program, which has been going strong since 1984. Pizza Hut will kick off its 2020-21 Book It program in October, where elementary school teachers have been enrolled in the program will receive personal pan pizza certificates to be used as incentives for kids who meet their monthly reading goals. So congratulations to all our winners, and congratulations to Pizza Hut for 45 years.
All right, well, now we're leaving you with this segment. It's our Pepsi Pizza Report for this week, where we're going to, eat some pizza from Pizza Hut. Good job today, Bree.
Good job, Christopher.
Joe, sir, Jason, Kengineer, guys at Master Control. Remember, we got your 6 with our KUAM News primetime broadcast. My name is Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Link Fam. Again, we leave you with this Pepsi Pizza Report. We're going to chow some Pizza Hut. Esta, adios!
Bye.
Today's pizza tasting segment is brought to you by Pepsi.
Pizza Hut. Thank you.
Thank you.
Esta, Bree's got your tip. Of course, doing up Pizza Hut, man. They bring it right to your front door. And so we have the stuffed crust pepperoni and the supreme pan pizza. And let's get into this with some ice cold Pepsis. Hey, Pepsi Pizza Report. We're now ready to break these pies wide open. And Pizza Hut, man, they've been delivering ever since. It's way before COVID. And so it's tried and true. It's definitely a great go-to. Pizza Hut, of course, got to start with an ice cold Pepsi here. Roughing it, drinking straight out of the can. Pinky up for flavor. Really good stuff, Brie. So I have the pan pizza. This is a supreme. It's got the red onions, the bell peppers. We have sausage. We have pepperoni. Pan pizza, man, I remember when this thing first came out. Showing my age, but even after all these years, it's still a thing. It's deep dish, flavorful. I love the bite of the red onion. I love bell peppers. Of course, who doesn't love? They got some mushrooms on here, some sausage, some pepperoni. It's basically a pizza party in your mouth. And Brie, what do you got?
I have got pepperoni, stuffed pepperoni. I mean, this is tried and true, like you said, and this is actually my go-to pizza. It's my son's favorite, Pizza Hut, and of course, pepperoni. So
yeah, it's stuffed crust. I don't know how they get the cheese in there, but I think they use what we call the Twinkie technology. Cheese and the crust.
Right.
So go ahead, yeah.
I'm gonna start with the crust.
Bree's been working on her adjectives.
Is an adjective.
Is an adjective. This is like the only pizza you eat crust first, right, Bree? So what are you tasting?
Lots of cheese, obviously. Lots of sauce.
It's cheesy, it's saucy, it's pepperoni.
And it's good.
There you go. And it's hot from the hut. So I'm going to get into this supreme.
Every bite, though, guaranteed pepperoni.
Of course, this is classic sausage, pepperoni, that medley of veggies, mushroom, bell pepper, onion. Can't go wrong with that.
Look at you with those adjectives, medley.
I love how
medley of vegetables.
The red onion still has some crunch to it. But it's kind of fresh. This is good, guys. I mean, Pizza Hut been with us since way before this pandemic, and I'm pretty sure they'll be here way after it. So, thank you, Pizza Hut.
And what I really like about Pizza Hut's pizza is that it's really saucy. I always like it when you taste a pizza and it's not overwhelmed with the cheese, but you can taste the sauce, and so
Yep.
I love Pizza Hut.
Saucy Sabrina. What I love about Pizza Hut is they've got so many great options for the entire family. They've always got some great specials. So check out Pizza Hut. I guarantee you there's a way you can feed the whole entire family for just a few bucks. So thank you, Pizza Hut. And of course, Pepsi. Pepsi, pizza, that's a match made in heaven.
Perfect combination, and you could win a pizza. All you have to do is take a picture with the Pepsi product, post it on your social media, and make sure to tag KUAM News and Uno Guam. Simple as that.
Simple as eating this delicious pizza for Pepsi. At Pizza Hut, this has been another great Pepsi Pizza Report. Cheers!
Today's pizza tasting segment is brought to you by Pepsi.